right, we'll call the order the Board of County Commissioners meeting for January 23rd, 2024 at 9 a.m. Please note that a copy of the Open Meetings Act is located in the north wall of the legislative chambers, and an automatic external defibrillator is available on the back wall of the chamber as well. Please stand for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, today we're going to start with our Board of Equalization meeting. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business is item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, January 9th, 2024, and also item B, call for a meeting on set Tuesday, January 30th, 2024 as date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Do we have a motion for approval?
Second.
Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan, and roll call.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to item C. Again, Board of Equalization, citizen comments. If there's any citizen comments on items not on the agenda for the Board of Equalization.
Good morning. Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, 68132. Since this may be the last opportunity to address this board, I want to start off with, I don't want to interrupt the meeting by referring to the copy of the Open Meetings Act over there on the wall, because it would disrupt the meeting and I'd probably be ordered out for disruption. So I will present you a copy of the original statute of the Open Meetings Act. I think you should all review it and think about it before you conduct your exercise later in the day. I'll get that to Dan in a minute. Last night I went back to the October 3rd meeting of this body, equalization. And once again, I got a little angry about the way I was treated. I listened to myself 3 times last night. I said nothing hateful. I said nothing racial. Yet I was treated as if I did. And I was called Islamophobic. So I would like to point out to all of you that I have spent quite a few years following this gentleman here in Omaha, and just again the other night. He is a converted Muslim, grew up in Egypt. He knows what he's talking about, so I suggest that you all go to his February classes. He's going to have 10 weeks of explaining Islam versus Christianity. February 25th, Dr. Mark Christian, look him up, globalfaith.org. So I kind of would like an apology from the gentleman here that called me Islamophobic, and from Mary Ann and from Maureen, who also went after me for that. I don't think that's any way to treat a citizen here expressing their opinions in an open forum under the Constitution of the United States. And here's your copy of the Open Meetings Act, which you need to review before this afternoon's late decision. Which after today, as I understand your rules, we probably won't get to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments for Board of Equalization items not on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on. Next items are resolutions D through F as stated on the agenda. Any motions for approval? Motion by Boyle, second by, was it Rogers? Rogers, yep. Please vote.
Motion passes. Yeah, Commissioner Rogers, you're. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we may need to, okay. Motion passes 7-0, and Commissioner Chair Rogers, we may need to do a voice vote then if not all the votes are going to show up going forward. So, anyway, we'll move on.
That was 7-0, just to clarify. Moving on to item G, protest of the rejection of homestead exemption for Mark Muscarello, and sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly, for 5412 North 69th Avenue, Omaha, Nebraska 68104. We'll start with Mr. Goodwillie.
Have a seat to start. Good morning, Commissioners. Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. This is an unusual situation. Let me walk you through the fact pattern. Mr. Mascarello filed a 2023 homestead exemption application. And as part of the homestead exemption application, there's an income statement. Homestead is a means-tested program. And there are two sections on the income statement. One is for those who are filing a federal income tax return, and one is for those who are not. Mr. Mascarello filled out both forms, or both portions of the form. Needless to say, this was somewhat confusing to us, so one of our staffers reached out to him and said, well, which is it, Mr. Mascarello? And he said, well, I'm seeking an extension on filing my income tax return. So what we told him was, because this is a pretty standard conversation that we have, is go ahead and, we can't really use this income and expense statement if you're going to do an extension and your income tax return may change. So send us a copy of your request for an extension to the feds. And in that situation, he did that. In that situation, what we do is we hold the applications until we get a completed and revised income and expense income statement from the property owner. October 16, which this year was the last date to file your return if you had gotten an extension, came and went, and we got nothing. And so we sent out a denial because the application has to have an income and expense or income statement. The discussion here, I think, from the protest is generally our standard practice is when we have somebody that wants an extension is to tell them, yeah, get us the information about the extension, but you're still going to need an income and expense statement. Mr. Mascarello earnestly doesn't. He says that wasn't said. I don't know for sure if it was, or he just doesn't remember it. But in any event, here's where we stand. To date, we still haven't gotten an income statement from Mr. Mascarello. I have provided the necessary form for him. So if the board decides to grant the application pending receipt of the income statement, well, that's fine. He's got something to fill out. What I told him earlier, and what I'll tell you now, is the one thing I know for an absolute certainty is if you grant the exemption without a copy of an income statement, I can promise you Revenue will deny it because they do the means testing piece. So anyway, that's where we are. We didn't get an income statement, valid income statement from Mr. Mascarello after he asked for his extension, and so that's where we are. I'm sure he'll want to address you.
Thank you.
Your time. Do you want to speak to them?
You said everything.
Oh, well, they might want to meet you, though.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Mark Mascarello. As you said, I wasn't aware that I had to send anything in after the extension on that. So that's kind of where I'm at. I've got I've got all the forms I have to send things in. So.
All right. Commissioner Borgerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to grant the homestead pending the receipt of the information by Mr. Mascarello.
Motion by Borgerson, second by Boyle. Discussion on the motion? If not, we'll vote.
And give me one moment, please, Commissioners.
Do you have the tax return now?
Yes, I do.
Have you given that to the assessor's office?
Not as of yet, no. He gave me the forms to send out. or to fill out.
So when would you be able to give it to him?
I
Get it
can
to
fill
him.
them out and give it to him today.
Okay. If it's okay, I might ask Mr. Goodwillie.
Sure.
What would likely take place? I mean, I'm tending to support this, but I just want to hear what you think if it comes in late.
Commissioner, it's hard to say. We would send the completed form packet with what his initial application was, plus the new income statement. We would send that down to revenue along with the information that indicates the board granted Mr. Mascarello's protest and grant his exemption. They would have, I think, 30 days to decide if they want to accept it or deny it. If they deny it, they will send Mr. Mascarello a notice. There's probably a mechanism for a hearing with the revenue people. They don't always. They've been wildly inconsistent over the years in terms of how they treat homestead exemption applications that, as an example, were filed way out of time and the board granted. So I can't say with 100% certainty that they would deny it. I can't say with 100% certainty they just say, yeah, okay, fine. So that's,
Appreciate it.
you know, I think the odds are probably more likely that they deny it than not, but I don't want to say it's 100% certainty.
Okay, do us a favor, because I think it'll probably pass. Let us know if they do deny it, just out of curiosity.
I will, Commissioner.
And have you had that exemption before this year, the homestead?
No, this is my first year.
First year,
Yeah.
okay,
So I'm learning.
okay, thank you.
All right, any other discussion before we vote on the motion?
Mr. Chair, may I ask Commissioner Borgeson to, the motion was approve the application pending,
The, pending the information, submission of the information to the assessor's office.
okay.
Very good.
Motion has been restated. We'll move to vote.
Last question, Mr. Chair, would we like us to include adjournment or want us to vote on that separately? Okay,
We'll include it.
all right. Okay, thank you.
We're done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll now call the order. Yep,
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
go ahead.
Motion passes. Please note Commissioner Rogers is voting yes, and Mr. Chair, going forward, we're probably just going to do a voice vote.
Got it. Sounds good. We'll call the order the Douglas County Noxious Weed Control Authority. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Here. First item of business is item 1, approval of minutes of the Noxious Weed Control Authority meeting held on Tuesday, February 28th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Please vote.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
We'll move to item 2, citizens' comment for the Noxious Weed Control Authority. If none, we'll move forward. Oh, okay.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. Good morning.
Morning.
I been trying to figure out what's the best concoction to spray weeds around my neighborhood. I live over on 27th and Dewey, and that's the Leavenworth business area. So maybe under presentation, I can get that information. There was some people hired on Farnham, and I spoke to them. I thought I placed what they used in my notes, in my reminders, but I couldn't find it. So coming up in the spring, there's going to be some growth, and I'd like to get rid of a lot of weeds. But these are chemicals, they're regulated, and I would like to know what the best concoction is. I can get myself a pump, but the chemicals, I would like to know. There's like a 3D, I think one chemical is called 3D, I remember that. But maybe under presentation, I can get it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 3, resolution authorizing the county weed superintendent to sign and serve notices on behalf of Douglas County Noxious Weed Control Authority. Any motions for approval? Motion by Boyle, second by Rogers. Please vote.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Item 4 is presentation and approval of Douglas County Noxious Weed Control Authority's 23-24 annual reports for the Nebraska Department of Agriculture. We have Michael Reed.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair and board members.
Good morning.
And first off, I'd like to thank the citizen comments. I will visit with you if you're still available here after my presentation and get him some information for the Douglas RP Extension Office is a good resource. Otherwise, I have some materials to assist that citizen with those control recommendations. I want to spend my time this morning talking about item number 5 on the agenda, the amendment to the existing Lower Platte Weed Management Area interlocal agreement, and give some background for that item as we proceed in this meeting. Talking about the Lower Platte Weed Management Area, currently there's 10 counties, and those counties have been around since been part of the weed management area since 2003. Washington County wasn't in that group at that time. The group project area is the Platte River and its tributaries, so that may or may not be obvious to folks here in this room. So that is the main Platte River from Columbus, Nebraska, down to the confluence of the Missouri River, where the Platte empties into the Missouri River, but also includes all tributaries for all of those counties. And so counties like Lancaster and Seward are not directly on the Platte River, but they are part of our project area and do have flowing tributaries into the Platte River. So Washington County would also have a flowing tributary into the Platte River, so it makes some sense. And I have a map to show the board and members viewing here today. The project partners are the 3 natural resource districts. They have committed in excess of $30,000 apiece. So we have $90,000 from the 3 NRDs, and sometimes it goes above and beyond that. We're committing resources to that project area. And this year, our grant fund was from the Nebraska Department of Agriculture, and that was in the amount of $180,000. So those dollars put in by the NRDs were matched 2-to-1 by grant funds. And we also have a Ducks Unlimited grant for this year as well. And the top of the screen says Washington County. That's a little bit obscured there, but the map shows Bell Creek flowing into the Elkhorn River. So Washington County does have a portion of the Elkhorn River drainage, which that flows directly into the Platte River in Sarpy County. So adding Washington County would mean managing a whole watershed. For myself as a manager, it's desirable to manage everything upstream from Douglas County because everything is flowing downstream. Water and weeds included. So managing for a watershed means that we can add that as part of our future grants, and we can be competitive in our grants as well for managing that whole Elkhorn River watershed, because we have Douglas County, Washington County, and then Dodge County on up for Washington. So we have that whole stretch on down. So that's desirable. And will there be accountability? Yes, because those, as I mentioned before, those 3 NRD partners are part of our monthly meetings, and so they have committed funds. We talk about our project every month, and so all of our business is public at those public meetings monthly in Wahoo at the Lower Platte North NRD. and also the state of Nebraska, the grant funds, all of the counties are accountable for spending those grant dollars wisely. Each county receives some reimbursement for contractors on the project area. The accountability piece, meeting monthly, that helps us make these data-driven decisions. So we have a graph here that I made. I used to write the grants for the Lower Platte Weed Management Area. You can kind of see an up and down. This is acres sprayed on the project area. So we have roughly, last year was 309 acres sprayed on the whole project area of those 10 counties. So that's a pretty big area. That's a significant number. But you consider that there's over 34,000 acres in that project area. That's less than 1% of infestation level. So that's a very good thing. I'm also a member of the Governor's Riparian Vegetation Management Task Force, and that task force oversees all of the funds from the Nebraska legislature to the Nebraska Department of Agriculture. So that $180,000 grant that we had, the task force oversees those funds, develops goals and objectives for those funds. So there's accountability there, and the task force does not have any direct scoring of those grants, but we oversee all projects across the state for waters of the state of those legislative funds that are used. So I'm past chair of the task force. I don't have any say in where the funds go. All the scoring is done by NDA, but we are part of the accountability piece for those funds being used on the ground, and we make visits to groups like the Lower Platte Weed Management Area and review projects and make recommendations going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. We'll see if there's any questions from board members or from the public as well. If not, the agenda item does say approval. Do we need to technically approve this report?
Make a motion to approve it.
All right. Motion by Morgan. Motion by Morgan, second by Boyle. And does that motion include the amendment that we're supposed to approve as well in number 5?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we did. Yeah. All right.
Mr. Chair, if we're going to approve item 5, there was some language that Teresa Urick wanted added to the resolution.
Oh, okay. So let's take a step back, Teresa.
Teresa, your County Attorney's Office. I would just ask that there's three numbered sections at the very end of the resolution. I would propose you add a 4, and the 4 simply say that the chair is authorized to sign and directed to execute the amendment. Then we usually see that in a resolution authorizing the chair to sign, so I simply would ask for that language. It's pretty normal.
All right. Okay. Motioner and seconder, okay with that friendly amendment? Yes. All right. We'll move as such. Any further questions? If not, we'll take a voice vote.
Okay. Commissioner Borgeson? Yes. Commissioner Boyle? Yes. Commissioner Kavanaugh? Yes. Commissioner Friend? Yes. Commissioner Morgan? Yes. Commissioner Rogers? Yes. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. So I think we approved the report, we approved the amendment, but I don't think we technically approved adjournment, so can I get a motion to adjourn? Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Voice vote.
Commissioner Borgeson? Yes. Commissioner Boyle? Yes. Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Friend? Yes. Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll move to call the order the Douglas County Board of Corrections. Roll call.
Commissioner Borgeson? Present. Commissioner Boyle? Yes. Commissioner Kavanaugh? Yes. Commissioner Friend? Yes. Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers? Here. Mr. Chair?
Here. First item of business is approval of the minutes of the Board of Corrections meeting held Tuesday, December 19th, 2023. Do we have a motion and a second?
Second.
Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Voice vote, please.
Commissioner Borgeson? Yes. Commissioner Boyle? Yes. Commissioner Kavanaugh? Yes. Commissioner Friend? Yes. Commissioner Morgan? Yes. Commissioner Rogers? Yes. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
We'll move to item 2, which is citizens' comments related to the Board of Corrections. Are there any comments on Board of Corrections?
Good morning. Larry Storr, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. Once again, I'm taking this opportunity because it may be the last. I want to bring up the topic of the failing justice system in this town, and also the topic of tort claims. This body uses consent agendas. I'm sorry, it's not just your body, it's across the state. But they use consent agendas to keep the public from knowing certain things. And I've noticed the last few months that these topics of tort claims, which my understanding is try to keep you out of court, keep it from being a suit, they get listed on the consent agenda, but it's never a discussion with the public about it. They don't even see the attachment on the printed agenda. It just mentions it, but it implies that we have a risk manager that's going to try to keep us from having, or keep you people from having to pour out money for settlements. There's a couple listed today. One is amounting to $4 million. Now, I know that one of you or all of you can ask that be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed. And because it is, then the public should have a right to be part of that discussion, since you seem to think that you have a lot of good discussions with us, but then you turn around and say you will not. The rules need to be changed, but I want to submit something in honor of a young lady that was murdered here in Omaha at a late night party. Some of the people that engaged in that murder had been released, and some of them were felons, repeat felons, out to do it again. Now, the reason I'm doing this is not only for that, to honor her, but to bring it to light, because I know you can make it a discussion as an emergency item, even so today, if you want. You can alter the rules if you want. We can't, you can. That needs to be changed. This young lady's name was Carly Rainwood. I wear a bracelet in her honor. And I'm beseeching all of you to take a good hard look at the early release of criminals. I'm not talking about those that have not committed real violent crimes. I'm saying felons and people that have been involved in gun crimes and murders should never be released under any reason, even mental illness. Anyway, this is for Carly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for the Board of Corrections?
Hello, Amber Wood, Omaha, Nebraska. Thank you, Larry. I didn't know that you were going to bring Carly up, but I appreciate it. I'm Carly's mom, and he makes a good point. And I know that there's a lot of things that we have to do on the state level, as well as maybe things that can be altered in the pretrial release program, which I've sent questions, inquiries to a couple commissioners, and I'm hoping that you'll get back to me with those answers when you get them from corrections. But I just want you to take, I guess, what Larry said. I didn't intend on talking, but the pretrial release program does need to be amended, does need to be reworked. And anyone, even ex-criminals would say, violent repeat offenders have proven that they should not be out, whether they're waiting for trial or whether they are convicted and then they get some other type of release program early. They believe too that you commit it, you know right from wrong, and if they have proven to us over and over again that they are not going to listen to the rules and they're going to commit crimes, they need to sit down and be away from the public. It is public safety, period. And I hope that this is not the last time we get to speak about corrections, because it is it does matter. The community matters, the victims matter, the people that sit in here and come here and take their time to speak about it, all of that matters. And if you take that out of our hands, that's gonna be a big problem. But I just hope that you relook at the pretrial release program and put some restrictions on that and some mandatory programs that people have to participate in. Thank you.
Thank you. Other citizen comments for Board of Corrections? If not, we'll move to item 3, report from the Director of Corrections.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Myers, Director of Corrections for Douglas County. You have before you my report for December. Enclosure number 1, Administrative Services. Following the 6th month of the fiscal year, we are $1,619,735 under budget. There were $372,041 spent on overtime costs in December. That is a decrease of approximately $60,000 from the previous month. While we have experienced a downward trend in overtime, it would have been even lower without an extended deployment of our CERT team, which was deployed to address security-related concerns within the facility. And our Records Division processed approximately $1 million in bond payments in December. Enclosure number 2, Community Corrections and Reentry Services. The Sanctions Center and Transitional Discharge Center placed a total of 16 individuals into community corrections, which saved a combined 78 bed days. Work Release admitted 20 individuals. The House Arrest Program admitted 39. The Reentry Assistance Program admitted 22 individuals. 6 individuals were referred to intensive outpatient treatment, while 1 individual completed a GED. Our reentry services and therapeutic communities inside the jail. There were 54 individuals admitted to therapeutic community housing units. 11 individuals were referred to intensive outpatient treatment, and 3 individuals achieved a GED. Pretrial services. 283 individuals were placed on pretrial release, a record high for the 2nd consecutive month. Overall, 1,141 individuals were supervised on pretrial release. 523 individuals participated in the 24/7 sobriety program. That is the highest number during the past year. And 152 individuals were supervised via GPS monitors. That saved 3,360 bed days. And pretrial release theoretically saved Douglas County $429,200 in detention costs in December. Law library usage on the tablet system continues to demonstrate increased access with cost efficiencies for Douglas County. And I'm going to have Justine Wall join me. We have some overall year highlights of year 2023 for pretrial release, and she will go over that. I will pass you out a one-page document.
Good morning, Commissioners. Justine Wall, Rehabilitative Services Administrator for Douglas County Corrections. Pretrial has been, the enhanced pretrial program has been in effect for a little over a year now. So we wanted to kind of take a look at the year-end numbers to see what they looked like and to share that with everyone. So the number of individuals for 2023 that were placed on pretrial were 2,957. The number of public safety assessments completed was 8,019. And the reason why I bring that up is because of the 8,000 assessments that we did, 36% of those individuals were placed on pretrial release and were released from our custody. So not everyone that we are assessing is being released. The point of this program is to find the right individuals to supervise in the community with the correct supervision. So that, last year that was 36% of the individuals that we assessed. The number of individuals placed on 24/7 sobriety monitoring, which is now a component of pretrial release, was 781. The number of alcohol breath tests completed were 30,753 last year. And of those tests, 0.005 tested positive for alcohol. The number of drug tests completed were 9,483, and of those tests, 0.031% were positive for drugs. And of the SCRAM monitoring days, we monitored individuals for 14,090 days, and of the violations per monitoring day, it was 0.001%. The number of individuals placed on GPS monitoring, which is also part of the pretrial release program, the number of days was 4,966. The number of GPS warrants requested and issued were 39. And theoretically, operation savings to DCDC was $4,915,920. Of the 3,000 individuals that we supervise, there are 13 known incidents that we can point to in regards to what could be considered a violent reoffense. That percentage would equal up to 0.4%. And of those 13 incidents, most of them were misdemeanor assaults. So I also wanted to reiterate that this program's been in existence for a year, so it's still technically in its infancy. There's a lot of data that needs to be looked at in regards to our program specifically. We have national data, but I want to know how that applies to Douglas County specifically. We are working with our vendor who has had some issues getting the integration completed. But once we have that data, that's when I really want to look at it and make any changes that need to be done in order to make this program a success. And, you know, I talk about these numbers here, but these are just numbers. We're dealing with human beings here, and so behavior is unpredictable. And that's why we use the public safety assessment to help us analyze and use evidence-based material in order to help us make good decisions. We provide that information to the court, and then the court in turn is the one that makes those decisions on who is released and who is not released, based on the information that we can provide them using evidence-based materials. So, that's all I have.
The commissioners, just wanted to reiterate, a couple of things Justine said. The vast majority of people assessed for pretrial release do not get out on pretrial release. That is a decision that's retained and always will be retained by the judge. Many of those who get out on pretrial release also pay a bond. And the judges have the sole discretion as to what the bond should be set at. We simply provide information to them and then provide the supervision that they request us to do as a condition of those bonds. Moving on to enclosure number 3, compliance. Since this is later in the month, we actually did have our hearings in Washington, D.C. for our accreditation. Justine Wall and Amber Redmond represented us at the American Correctional Association conference. What you will see in the report is basically dated information because that hearing happened after the 1st of January. But I can tell you that we did officially gain our accreditation from the American Correctional Association for the following 3 years. Enclosure number 4, personnel. 4 officers below the rank of sergeant left employment in December, including a retirement, and 1 lieutenant also retired. As of December 31st, we were 96% staffed among correctional officer ranks. Our first academy has begun on January 8th and is comprised of 31 officers. I want to congratulate Officer Stephen Amwig, who retired after well more than 20 years of service to DCDC. I also want to congratulate Lieutenant John Rockefort on his retirement. John served a record, hopefully to never be broken, of 44.5 years of service to Douglas County. I want to congratulate Patricia Johnson and David Moss for celebrating 20 years of service to DCDC. And I want to congratulate Officers Zachary Williams, William Garcia Alvarado, and Sergeant Stephen Bass on receiving a life-saving award. And several other officers were commended for their meritorious service. Enclosure number 5, population. There are 1,273 admissions. and there were 1,268 releases. Our high count was 1,108, and our low count was 1,034. Commissioners, basically, we've been holding very steady over the course of these last couple of months in our population. We'd had an average daily population of 1,055, but just a small decrease of 8 per day. There were 74 custodial sanctioned bed days. The U.S. Marshal population remained stable. The felony pretrial population increased. The misdemeanor pretrial population decreased. Probation violations remained stable. 19% of our population were between the ages of 18 and 24. 66% of our population were minorities. 16% of our population were female, and 18% of our population were homeless or nearly homeless. Enclosure number 6, medical. There are 1,231 intake screenings, and there were 355 health and physical assessments completed. Inmates were sent out 23 times for emergent medical care. 6 of those were by 911. There were 3 hospital admissions, which resulted in a combined 16 days of hospitalization. And there were 31 off-site medical specialty appointments. Enclosure number 7, mental health. We had 128 initial psychiatric assessments, 429 initial mental health assessments. There were 108 mental health infirmary placements, in other words, suicide precautions. 211, with the highest in recent memory, individuals were placed on alcohol and drug withdrawal protocols. There were 3 Board of Mental Health referrals and 2 transfers to the Lincoln Regional Center. 48% of our population was diagnosed with a mental illness, tying the highest level on record yet again. And I wanted to share real quick, I have just some 3-year trends for individuals placed on suicide watch and going through withdrawal protocols, at least I think, yeah, I do. To demonstrate to the board that this trend of these 2 categories in particular has been quite troubling, and if it continues on this path, we're going to face some very extreme challenges in the future.
No, you're good. I don't have the withdrawal protocols. Thank you.
Sorry about that, commissioners. All right, so I'll start with the trend on suicide watch. Is in 2021, there were 824 individuals placed on suicide watch. In 2022, that number increased to 1,177. And in 2023, we finished the year with 1,342 individuals on suicide watch. Withdrawal protocols, in 2021, there were 1,222. In 2022, there were 1,911, and in 2023, there were 2,133. These 2 trends place a tremendous stress on our infirmary because that is where they're held. In addition to all the fragile medical needs that we deal with at our infirmary, this creates a very crowded situation. It forces us to bring together people who may not be ideally housed in the same space, but due to their medical needs, they are. So I wanted to make sure that the commissioners were aware of the trends that are occurring. And unfortunately, there's no indication that we should expect anything different in the coming months or years. Moving on to enclosure number 8, security operations in our honor guard. There were 4 deployments of our crisis negotiation team. 3 of them were in conjunction with our CERT or emergency response team. Issues addressed include placing an individual actively engaging in self-harm into a restraint chair, 2 individuals refusing to be transferred to another unit in order to be placed on suicide precautions, and another individual who was refusing to comply with medical directives. Our CERT team, emergency response team, was deployed 18 times. 4 were in conjunction with CERT, with the negotiation team. There were high security searches of housing units where potentially dangerous contraband was suspected to be present, and they were also assisting with mandatory showers, obtaining a court-ordered blood draw on an individual who had previously assaulted our staff with bodily fluids. There were 12 searches of housing units conducted. Contraband recovered items included items modified for tattooing, modified items to create a spark, cash app information, and suspected illicit substances. Our honor guard was deployed to provide services at the visitation and funeral for a fallen Lancaster County Corrections officer who was killed in a car accident last month. Our condolences to our colleagues in Lancaster County. I did receive, our department received quite a few thank you letters for our honor guard's services there. Enclosure number 9, staff development, wellness, and retention. 19 individuals were interviewed for correctional officer positions. 72 applications were received. Annual recertifications were completed for all staff in December. Happy to say that. 13 staff members utilized the Wellness and Retention Office for assistance for the first time. 46 staff members were referred to the peer support team, and 2 staff members were referred to external mental health resources. Other noteworthy items, DCDC has entered into an agreement with the National Safety Council to increase the availability of trade certifications we offer both in community corrections and the jail. Though the challenges that confront the correctional profession are well known and they are ongoing, I'm very proud of the year our department had in 2023. We achieved many goals. We made significant improvement on our staffing levels. We have made some inroads regarding our overall population by growing a highly successful pretrial release program. We have largely completed the safety renovation project, which has led to improved outcomes. We successfully hosted the American Jail Association National Conference. We have become recognized as a national leader for our efforts to improve our staff health and wellness. We were one of 12 jails nationally invited to participate in the national launch of the Jail and Justice Resource Center in Washington, D.C. We achieved reaccreditation from the American Correctional Association. We were visited by music star Jelly Roll and by a presidential cabinet member, Dennis McDonough, Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs. We are currently undergoing our strategic planning for 2024, and we have many, many more goals to achieve. I wish to thank all of my staff for a successful year and thank the Board of Corrections and County Administration for supporting our efforts to help us achieve our mission. With that, I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you, Director Myers. We'll go to board questions. Commissioner Gavino?
Thanks for this. Just some of the metrics that we talk about every time. The average daily population of 1,055, down 8 over the last average daily population. Downward trends are always good. And I think you make a good case that some of the community corrections initiatives that you're engaged in are having an impact on that. As a matter of fact, I draw people's attention to the savings just in days that people don't spend in corrections, outlined on page 15, which is, you know, a real gain for everybody, certainly the taxpayers of Douglas County, and going forward, hopefully, will be a measure of your success in these diversion programs. I was looking to go with the average daily population for an average length of stay number, and I was not able to find that. Can you direct me to where it is, or let me know what it is?
Commissioner, I'll have to provide that to you.
You don't have that in
that's not included in this
Okay.
report.
This is important, and it should be included every month, because if we're talking about helping people, we're talking about treating people for any serious condition, and they're not there very long, it's not practical to do long-term care for people that are there for a limited period of time. So included with the average daily population should be an average length of stay. It also has an economic impact, which, you know, if I was reverse engineering, I guess, I could possibly spend a lot of time and effort doing that. You should have that at your fingertips, and it should be in this report. So please email me that when you do get it. But
we'll do so, Commissioner.
Try to include it going forward. Staffing is another good news story. Overall, 99% of the authorized staff is on hand, 471 out of 492. And the frontline correction officers, 96%, 334 out of 348. Again, major strides forward, and kudos to you and your administration for doing that. The demographics, again, problematic. 65.83% majority minority in our correction center. In an overwhelmingly white county, that's a disturbing figure that has gone up. It has gone up since our last report. The white population of Douglas County Correction Center is 34.17 in this report. White population of Douglas County is, I believe, at least 80%. It's up there anyhow. So this is a disturbing, beyond your control thing, but it's something that we should note. I do want to talk a little bit about the sobriety, substance abuse initiatives, particularly noted on page 15 and page 27, because I think, you know, a significant number of our population are probably going to present with substance abuse problems. They go hand in hand with people who are having problems with the criminal justice system. Whether it's a drunk driving or a drug possession thing, these are red flags on substance abuse problems. Now, if our average daily population exceeds 30 days, and I'm confident that it does, we can look at treating this enormous impact on our average daily population every bit as well as inpatient 30-day programs do around the nation for substance abuse. This is one thing that we can deliver if our average daily population is in excess of 30 days. This is why the average daily or average length of stay is so key. There are some things like long-term mental health conditions that if you're not there for long-term, and no one is in our Douglas County Correction System, really, you're not going to have a huge impact on. But drug and alcohol problems, done correctly with a
30 seconds.
population that's, you know, going to be there for more than 30 days, is something we can have a great impact on. I want to commend you, and I might come back for this, for the accomplishments that you indicated in your opening statement that are outlined on page 4, particularly the significant improvement in staffing levels inroads regarding our overall population, and largely completed safety renovation projects based on the public safety
Time.
bond issue that we passed some years ago. That's all great stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you, Commissioner. We'll jump to Commissioner Boyle.
So thanks for your report, Mike. There's just a couple questions I have. One is this piece of information you gave us about the pretrial release highlights. Talks about the number of alcohol breath tests, percent of positive alcohol tests, the drug tests that are positive, and it's very, very low. But what I noticed on page 17 is when you look at the 24/7 sobriety violations, I feel like the data is a little bit skewed because it looks like half of the folks were no-shows for testing. So if you put that 50%, that would mean and assume that possibly they didn't show up because they were using something.
Yeah, so, I mean, so the issue we discovered, the data system, and Justine can come up and make sure if I'm misspeak at all. The data system we discovered includes drug test no-shows and alcohol no-shows in the same. It should be differentiated because those are two very different programs, two very different populations. The software currently puts all of those no-shows just in one pot, and so we could give you a number of just on no-shows. They're going to be higher on the drug side than the alcohol side by far. So we would be, so this is just actual positive tests. The no-shows are also dealt with in terms of sanctions, and it's an assumed, that you have no-showed for a reason.
Yeah.
So yes, that this was just the positive tests. We're going to work with our vendor on getting the drug testing protocol no-shows separated out in reports from the alcohol testing no-shows so that we can give an accurate portrayal of each.
So then with those folks that are no-shows, what type of surveillance is done on them? Are they brought
So
back?
they are a warrant is immediately issued for them, and a no-show is treated actually more severely than a positive test. So there's a warrant issued, and you have to stay. And when you're located, you are in custody until you see a judge, and the judge makes a determination as to whether you can continue with the program or whether they revoke your bond, and you go back onto the program if they do give you a second chance.
And then for those no-shows, there's a warrant, but is there anything done actively to try to locate these folks?
So we work with the Fugitive Task Force, and those are done. That is the entity that that works to bring those folks back into custody.
Okay. To me, yeah, that's probably the most concerning thing about pretrial release is just that if we've got people who are going out and then they're not showing up for their surveillance, it's like they're the ones that are, I think, most dangerous for the community.
Yeah.
So
and most of the people on 24/7, there's a lot. They're mostly nonviolent offenders. Not all of them. This is a completely judge-driven, decision to place them on there. But there is an expectation that there is a nexus of drug and alcohol use with the criminal act that got them into the jail in the first place. So most of that is about that. The 24/7 program, I will tell you, is the most stringent drug and alcohol testing program by far that's in existence in our state.
okay, I have on a different topic. Noticed that there's about 1,000 or 1,100 inmates on a typical day. Do you have a number or a percent of that 1,000 or so that are on suicide watch or on withdrawal protocols in the infirmary on any given day?
I could calculate that out for you roughly, commissioners. That's going to vary somewhat. Go to that.
Yeah, I see.
1 minute.
Yeah, about 3,400 folks a year are in the infirmary, 1,100 inmates a day.
So I believe that the average length of time somebody spends on suicide watch is 6 to 7 days. So you could extrapolate out the multiply 1,342 by 6, and then divide that. That would give you the math on what you needed on how many people on any given day are in the infirmary on suicide watch.
Yeah, just looking for kind of what is the population of the infirmary, basically, is what I'm looking for on a daily
Absolutely.
basis in general.
Yep.
So,
Okay. Well, I'll provide that to you.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Just following up on a couple of things that Commissioner Boyle was just talking about in terms of these alcohol tests. So if I heard the report correctly, there was something like 0.55% of the alcohol tests came back positive. You know, that ballpark, something like that.
So-
I guess my question is, okay, when are these,
Well,
when are these?
If you could hold off, sir, we're trying to let the commissioner speak. You'll have a chance to comment on this agenda item in a moment. Thank you. Sorry,
As
Commissioner
they say in
Kavanaugh.
the pros, can I put that time back on the clock?
Go ahead.
Thanks. So this testing, these people are on release, they're under one of these programs where they've been released and are randomly called back in for tests, like the 24/7 sobriety
Sure.
thing? Or are these people that are being admitted to corrections and we're testing everybody?
No,
When does
so-
these tests occur?
Okay, so everybody starts in jail.
Everybody?
Everybody starts in jail. They make an appearance before the judge. The judge sets their bond, a cash bond plus any
Yeah, I'm real
conditions of
familiar with
supervision.
that. When
Right.
do
So
these
so
tests
so these
occur?
take place after that.
Okay,
So these are
everybody
tests. These
admitted-
all these tests done are in our community corrections building. So the alcohol protocol individuals come every 12 hours between 6 and 8 in the morning and 6 and 8 at night.
Right.
So they are doing 14 alcohol tests per week. They're basically buying their freedom 12 hours at a time with each clean breath test. The drug tests, because of the nature of how various substances maintain in your system, it doesn't necessarily make sense to drug test somebody every day. So they are tested twice a week randomly. They call a number each morning, and
Okay,
then
but
and then they
This
have.
population is in the community corrections population, not in the general population.
They are in the community under pretrial release supervision.
Not the general population of Douglas County Correctional Center.
They're not in our custody.
Okay, and we don't test those people on a regular basis.
We only test those when we have a suspicion.
Is that reflected in this report?
No.
Okay. Because that was, the concern when I heard that there's a fraction of a percent testing positive, I go, are these a fraction of percent of our inmates testing
No,
positive?
those are individuals who've been released from our custody.
Okay. Do we have any fraction of percentage of our inmates testing positive for drugs and alcohol?
I can tell you that's a number above 0. But I can't. So here's, Commissioner, we only test when, like, we receive intelligence that there may be a problem, that somebody smuggled something in. So we're going to test the people in question.
Right.
We're not testing
I understand
everybody
that.
to get a
What
percentage.
I guess I'd be interested in is, do these tests occur if we were to map them on a monthly basis? I mean, do we have more than 0 of these tests occurring in our general population per month?
It comes and goes based on, because we are reacting to suspicions, we're reacting to information. So if we don't have a reason to test, we're not.
I understand that. My question is very baseline. Do we have a reason more than once a month to test people?
On average, I would say probably that we're testing people,
But it's a tiny, tiny number.
a very tiny number.
Right. We're dealing with more than 1,000 individuals.
Correct.
And we may be
We might test 1 or 2 individuals
single
on
digits
average.
per month.
Correct.
One minute.
Because I was a little concerned that we'd have even a fraction of 1% testing positive in our general population for alcohol.
No, it's done, and there is issues with, correctional facilities across the country deal with homemade alcohol, products that are used and we are not 100% immune from that either, but it's a pretty rare occurrence.
Right. So, that's a huge thing, I think, that we can expand our services in, not only the 24/7, the release thing, which is great and, saves us a lot, but, just quantifying the percentage of our population. Yes, we have, a handful of people that are testing positive inside the population. Yes, we have a handful of people who are on suicide watch. We have hundreds of people that have drug and alcohol problems. That's the biggest problem that we have in our population, by far. And I bet there's a significant overlap with the suicide watch population and people with drug and alcohol issues.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Cavanaugh.
Thank you.
I believe Commissioner Friend had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike, Commissioner Boyle was running down this road a little bit. I wanted to ask a couple of questions that occurred to me, and it provides a little bit of context for people who don't understand or are not completely familiar with the process, including myself. The number of individuals placed on pretrial release, 2,957. Of that 2,950, of those 2,957 people, does a judge have to approve each one of those for pretrial?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I don't like hypotheticals, but I'm going to use one. Let's say the pretrial release did not exist. Let's say we didn't have it and it wasn't implemented, and we don't have it as a service for corrections to utilize based on a judge's decision. If you didn't have pretrial release and an individual satisfies the bond that the judge sets out, how many of those 2,957 individuals, I think I know the answer to this, how many of those 2,957 individuals that are on pretrial release right now would be back out on the streets?
If they satisfied the condition of their cash
If they
bond,
satisfied the condition of the cash bond.
2,957 would be released.
But every one of them on pretrial release has satisfied the bond or not? There's a percentage of those.
So the judge can set the bond. The judge has the prerogative to set the cash bond at 0, but then also say, hey, you've got to do GPS
Gotcha.
and you got to do that. But they also may set it at $1 million and say, hey, if you happen to come up with $100,000 to get out, you still have to wear a GPS monitor.
And you have to go on pretrial release.
Yes.
Okay. So as it exists currently, the judge sets the bond. And look, I'm not a lawyer, and thank goodness. But the judge, and that's why I wanted context for anybody who is interested in the subject matter. The judge sets the bond, and even if an individual is able to meet this bond requirement, the judge can also order pretrial release. That's what we've established. If we didn't have pretrial release, we've also established, as a program, a judge sets the bond, an individual meets the bond requirement. What does monitoring look like in that hypothetical without pretrial release when the judge sets the bond and the individual leaves?
There is none. And
so it's, pardon me. So it's up to the sheriff's department, the Omaha Police Department, and everybody else to know this individual is out on the street and they're busy enough, and now they've got to try to monitor this guy's behavior.
Actually, they may not be monitoring because he's paid his bond and he's out. They're probably just, they're going to respond to any future crimes that occur.
Okay, look, I'm not making a defense for pretrial release. I think that more information, more data is always a good thing. A better understanding of the way pretrial release operates. Is it perfect? I would say absolutely not. But my point here, to try to provide some context, is that you are sitting there and a judge places a bond of $50,000. The particular individual satisfies that bond, and that particular individual who fired a 9mm into the side of a house is back out on the street and nobody's watching him. Correct?
That would be correct.
All right. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Anybody else from the board? If not, we'll move to comments or questions from the public, if there are any, for the corrections report. Please state your name.
Ford Momarts Brown, 1511 Farnham. And I just wanted to share the answer to Commissioner Boyle's question. I don't know what it is in the Department of Corrections, but the hospitals in town, including Lasting Hope, operate in 4 to 6 day whatever you want to call cycles or stays for their treatment. So that's about what they're looking at. I would assume the DOC is close to that.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments for this agenda item of the corrections report?
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha, 68132. There are reports nationwide that people like George Soros actually own some of the county attorneys and the judges with their deep pockets. And that's why some of these people get bailed out. They don't have their own money, but we have liberals around the nation that bail them out for them. There ought to be some sort of a safety thing against that. I don't get any information about who is or who isn't getting bailed out or who's been arrested. Why should he? Why should George Soros or any outside national association of counties or municipalities be in here playing politics and helping to release people? That's against the Constitution. It's against your state constitution. It's against your oath of office. And by the way, how does this gentleman get to stand up and interrupt a meeting? Does he work for you? Why was he not called out of order? Why was he not escorted out of here by a sheriff's deputy? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments on corrections reports?
Hello, Amber Wood, Omaha. I actually, some of the information in the report was some of the information I had requested. I think to what Commissioner Friend was asking, there is something missing there though. So this may play into the judge's decision on the fact that, oh, they're being told we have this pretrial release program. This is a wonderful program. It does this, it does this, it does this. Currently, what we have seen with some of the issues, especially with some of the men involved with Carly's murder, is where is the teeth in the program? Where's the monitoring, and why didn't they stop anything? So I understand that it's still up to the judge to put a bond out, but those judges may think differently about what the bond amount is if there was no pretrial release program. So it's kind of misleading to the judge if we say, hey, we have this program and it's going to do this and it's going to monitor these guys, and then it's not happening. So I don't agree that every single one of those guys would be out, because the judges may have put a higher bond that they couldn't have gotten out on. So I think that's just a little thing to look at. On top of the number I didn't hear is how many felons are on this program. How many of them are out on the streets? I know he said something about violent offenders, but how many, just a plain number of how many felons are put on this program. And then the follow through on active monitoring and the fact that police don't have that access. So they have to request it. So I just wanted to ask about that. And I think the program can be a good thing. It just needs to really be incorporated with processes of some law enforcement to be involved in how you monitor and how you give consequences. Because a lot of times these guys screw up and then they're not violated. So it's the follow-up on the consequence of the gift you're given to be back out in the public. So if we could get those numbers, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion on corrections report? If not, that completes the items on our agenda. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. Voice vote.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Call the order the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Roll call.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Here. First order of business is Section 1, items A through C. A being the approval of minutes of Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, January 9th, 2024. B being approval of claims submitted for payment process through Tuesday, January 23rd. And C, Douglas County Health Center claim specified there on the final agenda. Do you have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Morgan, second by Rogers. Voice vote.
And just to clarify, the date on item C should be today's date.
Date on item C should be today's date. Okay. Which is the 23rd.
Yes. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
We'll move on to our consent agenda, which is items A through M. Take a motion and a second. Motion by Rogers. Second by Borgeson. Are there any items? Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Just for record purposes, I'd like to have an explanation on item F, which is a resolution approving an amendment to the collective bargaining agreement between Douglas County and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, General Drivers and Helpers Union, Local 554, for classifications within the Douglas County Engineer's Office. I'm generally in favor of this. I note that our Douglas County Engineer, Todd Fitzer, is here today. I talked to our staff, Attorney Marcos San Martin. Just give us an overview of what this item does. That'd be great, briefly.
Thank you. Todd Fitzer, Douglas County Engineers Office, 15505 West Maple Road. This essentially, in my opinion, brings our Teamster workforce up to a competitive level on wages. We did a study comparing them with other counties, with other what I would call similar providers here in Omaha, employers, and we were below, and we were losing people, and we were very concerned 6-7 months ago about how we were going to handle something like we had to handle in the last couple of weeks with these winter storms. We were understaffed and not having much success getting those folks hired. So I brought that wage information before you. We did the study, we worked with the union, and we now have a package to what I believe is bring those folks up to a competitive level. It puts us online with some of the other counties that we compete with, as well as those local employers. So that's really what this is. A couple other minor changes within the contract, but that's what we're here today to talk about.
Marcos, what's the fiscal impact of this particular item?
Marcos San Martin, Douglas County Administration. I guess I'd say, Commissioner, as far as fiscal impact, this adds a wage increase in 2024, an additional wage increase in 2024, in addition to what we had previously agreed to.
Yes, I understand that.
Labor
What's the dollar amount that we're talking about, I guess, specifically?
The additional, I guess, my ballpark, I guess, would be like 650,000
yeah, I concur
annually
with that.
or so.
Yes.
would be my estimate.
Thank you.
With the additional increase in 2024.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, I do want it noted that I have not asked the board for any additional dollars for that. That is something that within my office we are going to achieve, and we're finding other ways to be more efficient and do things like that. So we will cover
Thank you
that.
for that. We appreciate that. Thanks very much. I have a couple of just additional informational questions. There is on item H, a couple of things. One is been noted in a citizen's comment, a $4,026,208 budgeted item for the WIC participants who are pregnant, breastfeeding, and postpartum mothers, and for infants and children up to the age of 5. That, I believe, comes through the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services, and I just wanted to get clarification on the record that that is the case because it was brought up in citizens' comment. Is that right? Thank you. The other item there under H is item 4, an agreement with Omaha for Us LGBTQ plus Center to provide technical assistance, consultation, and training where appropriate related to LGBTQ plus and identity and expression through August 31st, 2024, in the amount of $90,000, which I believe, reading the backup, is federal funding. Is that correct? And this grant, which is actually commencing on September 1st, 2023, runs through August 31st, 2024, is run through this organization. The executive director of that is John Kaldenkovich, and I don't know if Mr. Denkovich is here, but if anyone wanted to outline what this program would actually do, that would be something that might be of interest to the public. Okay. The final one is item L, resolution authorizing a permanent budget transfer of $53,300 to the Douglas County Garage for the operating budget of the Douglas County Youth Center, who will be utilized for a vehicle. I think this is the purchase of some type of a van for transportation of children from the Douglas County Youth Center on 42nd Street to the courts facilities down here. Is that correct? Does anyone?
I believe this is for the van that would transport youth from the youth center down to, from the current youth center down to the new youth center.
Right.
And so it's a van, or it might be for the food that's transported down from the long-term care center to the new youth center. That might be what it is for, the
Right.
food transport.
I just point this out because, as you know, we've spent millions and millions of dollars on an unused kids' jail across the street, which is still empty. And here we are. Purchasing a van to do what we've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Commissioner Boyle and then Commissioner Morgan.
I just have a quick question on item K. It talks about a resolution for the Douglas County Register of Deeds and Assessor's Office it's really to look at combining their services and being actually a better place for the public to get services from them. Just a question as to whether this is a budgeted thing, or is this something coming for their department, or is this something coming out of our general funds? Does anyone know? It's in their budget? Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan?
I just wanted to mention something to Todd. Thanks for your comment on the budget. And also just wanted to share that, I talked to Dan Kudlak and some others on the snow situation, and you really did face some real challenges because of the high winds, and your people really were out there trying to do their very best. And I know some of the people were a little disappointed, but we did have a storm that we hadn't seen in maybe 15 to 20 years. So I compliment you and your people on really trying to do the best that they could under difficult challenges. Thank you.
Any other lights? Go ahead. Public comment on consent agenda?
Thank you, Roger. As I understand the rules, this is now back on the agenda, so the public can have comments, at least for today, maybe not tomorrow.
Which specific consent agenda?
Okay,
item?
on a number H, I'm opposed to number 4 and 2, I believe it is. Number 1, 2, and 4. Grant money or not, it's still taxpayer funds because it comes from the federal government, if not out of our direct pockets. When are we going to stop overspending? A lot of people can't afford their mortgages because of taxes to pay for programs. And excuse me, but wasn't there a federal program already in place for WIC? Why all of a sudden is the county funding grant money to them now? Is this on top of what they get from the federal government? gee whiz, maybe I should form a 501c3 and come down here and stand in line for the dollars. And number 4, I don't think the Constitution says that you should be rewarding a specific class of individuals against other classes of people. I don't think the Constitution says that you should be rewarding taxpayer dollars to LGBTQ, whatever it is. I think that's unconstitutional under the federal Constitution and the state Constitution. And I object to it. I think a lot of citizens object to it also. As a point of Christianity, if I'm not being hateful, not intended, but let's stop budgeting for things like that. We are not approving that. We the people are saying, stop it. You work for us. We pay your salary. We pay for this building. And we pay for the deputies that sometimes escort us out of the chambers and sometimes out of the building for disagreeing with you. And that's why we're here today. And by the way, it's kind of curious that there's no TV cameras to find out what's going to happen later today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give a quick comment on item F as we try to strive to remain competitive in many different ways as a county. Obviously, it's an ongoing issue both in the private and public sector. Of course, we're always limited to real budgets that we're working on and working with and have to stay within, but just know that we definitely are still looking at remaining competitive, and we'll continue different conversations to address these items as they come. So thank you for those who are present today. With that being said, we're gonna go back to the consent. I had a motion and a second already, so we're gonna move to a vote on the consent.
Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Boyle, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan, Commissioner Rogers, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to section 3, recognitions, proclamations. Recognition of the following county employee, Julie Rydberg. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Apologies if I did not. Who worked for the Douglas County Community Mental Health Center for 19 years. I don't believe Julie is here today. Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you again, Julie, for your 19 years of dedicated service to Douglas County. With that being said, we'll move on. Oh, yeah. Motion by Rogers, second by Morgan. We'll vote on the recognition of Julie Rydberg.
Commissioner Borgeson. Yes. Commissioner Boyle. Yes. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Yes. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Yes. Commissioner Rogers. Yes. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
We'll move on to item 4, citizens' comments for Board of Commissioners for items not on the agenda. So if you would like to comment on the upcoming resolution related to citizens' comment, please save it for that agenda item, which is coming up soon. So citizen comments on anything that's not on the agenda.
Ken Anderson, Irvington. Cost of election payment county expense. That's the title of state statute 32-1201. And in part it says the expenditures for the necessary office supplies, books, documents, and appurtenances relating to or used in performing the duties of the election commissioner or county clerk in relation to elections. And the cost of elections for county, state, and federal governments shall be an apportioned county expense. And there's a good reason for that. Having to do with centralized versus decentralized governance. The importance for election commissioners to be 100% supported by the county is easily understood. It is the vital part of a decentralized election model versus a more communist, centralized election model. The risk we take by allowing our elective franchise to become centralized in defiance of this 32-1201 is also obvious. We risk that the dictatorial center of this otherwise all-important uniqueness of our form of government falls to the ever-problematic human bent to corruption, where the bullies win and dishonest people, or honest people, lose. I'm referring to ES&S. Our counting of votes is being given to a private company. Not given, but actually bought from them. And they have not been vetted. I submitted a request, PRR request to the state to ask when they were vetted to ensure that they're not anti-American. They weren't. ES&S is well within its rights to be anti-American ideology, yet conduct elections with unsupervised dark software in defiance of this NRS 32-1201, isn't it? ES&S is well within its rights to be under control of persons who are forbidden by law to even to vote, well within its rights not to self-report when hand counts proved their superiority. And I'm just going to mention one of those right now is Scott County, Iowa, November 2023. That was ES&S machines, and they were proven wrong. And ES&S machines and all the counting technology is well capable of counting errorless to millions and millions and millions of votes, and they're not doing that. They're well within their rights to be more secretive and not subject to PRRs than election commissions, well within its rights to not be of good moral character. Our state has a lot of professions where they have to attest to them being of good moral character, yet this isn't one of them. Well within its rights to be fully biased and to be a Trojan horse, etc., etc. The software carries, and I'm calling it dark software, carries with it the ideologies of its developers. Do you think for 1 second that software sheds the biases of its developers, and yet we don't know who they are? The importance of conducting elections being the responsibility of an election commission, a government subdivision and subject to PRRs, which ES&S isn't, rather than conducted by a private secretive company that is well within its rights to have communist or anti-American political beliefs and well within its rights to be an alliance of dark or secret societies not subject to PRR is also easily understood. Contrast ES&S involvement to centralize. Let's call that it because my time's about
30
up.
seconds.
I wanted to address the centralization versus decentralization, which is the Americanism way to do it. Centralization is the communist way to do it. And the communist way is to silence dissent, which is, I know this is going back to the item coming up here, but cutting off citizen comment is silencing dissent.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments for items not on the agenda?
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. Wow, you guys are really popular today. Big crowd. Had an interesting interview yesterday afternoon. I'll bring it up later. But I find it strange that there's no TV cameras here today. You might want to watch the Channel 6 coverage of the story about open meetings in this body. Public comments. Enough on that for now. I'll give you a copy of the narrative to that story. I also want to comment about elections. There is enough circumstantial evidence that's proven by a lot of experts that our elected people and judges across this country will not listen to, will not entertain, and then they turn around and say that we are the election deniers. When there's enough doubt about the safety of your country's elections, there's a doubt about your country. Do you not see this? There is a groundswell of people that are ready to go back to the pre-revolutionary days with Convention of States, amendments to change and add to the Constitution and reset the stage for you people. I was called Islamophobic. I want to label some of you as Ameriphobic because what you're going to try to do today is unconstitutional. And unfortunately, a lot of this didn't come out till the last minute. Most citizens have no clue. And during one of the interviews, it was mentioned that citizens ought to be down here to all these subcommittee meetings. That's where the action is. That's where the decisions are made. And I'm sorry, Maureen, don't shake your head because decisions are not made there. I've been to a lot of them and I stopped going. Because number one, the rooms are too small for this public to come down. That's against the Open Meetings Act. We have a county attorney up there that's supposed to enforce the Open Meetings Act. But a lot of those rooms where you have these subcommittee meetings are too small. Not very many people, first of all, could get the time off from work. And there aren't any votes at these meetings, so how can you say that? Finally for today, on the rules, any one of you at any minute can ask for something to be pulled and put back on the agenda or on the agenda as an emergency item. But you only do that when it benefits you. Is there no rule that says the citizen cannot ask you right here, right now, to put something on the agenda as an emergency item? I don't think so. I think the rules imply that you can. Your rules. Now, what's the difference? Please explain. Maybe, you do have the right to call me back up or ask me questions. You say you can't, but you do sometimes. Do that. That's entirely up to you and your rules. So I'd like to know, have you debate as an emergency item? What's the difference between parliamentary procedures and rules and Robert's Rules of Orders, which are more generally accepted across this nation for political bodies than his parliamentary rules? An example of parliamentary rules is this gentleman over here one time stood up, interrupted this meeting and said, "Oh, point of privilege," and then claimed that he taught you guys about parliamentary rule and he taught somebody else parliamentary rules. But you know what? When you read about that, point of privilege is an item for you, not for me and not for him. But he was allowed to do that and stand up. Point of privilege. Explain to me why that's legal and why that was not out of order. When I get called out of order and walked out of here, why shouldn't he? And he interrupted a meeting today, come down here when there was a speaker.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate it.
And our new chairman, I guess, has been told don't do that anymore.
Thank you, Larry.
Don't call people out of order, but he was.
Thank you. All right, any other citizens' comments for items not on the agenda?
Amberwood, Omaha. I just wanted to make sure I'm reading the agenda right. When we get to administrative, will there be citizen comments? It's just not on here.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Larry, you're right. I did that wrong. What I should have done was stood up and
We can keep
declared
the county business, please.
point of information
Yeah.
and then
Ford, can you
answered her
state your name for the
question.
record, please?
Pardon?
Can you please state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. Ford Momarts Brown, 1511 Farnham. I should have stood up at that point and said point of information and had the chair recognize me to answer a question nobody else seemed to have the answer to. The typical suicide watch is 4 to 6 days in the hospitals in the city. I don't know Department of Corrections, but as I stated earlier, I assume it is very close to the 4 to 6 days that the hospitals used. And that would have been proper parliamentary procedure. They didn't call me down before because it was proper parliamentary procedure, according to
Sir,
Robert's
can we keep
Rules
it
of
to county
Order.
business? This still is open citizen comments on county business, not about any personal beef between citizens.
Okay, well, this is kind of county business in as much as it's
Yes.
explaining parliamentary
We
procedure,
appreciate
which this
that
board
explanation.
uses in Robert's Rules.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
And that's really all I have to say is to clarify that this board does operate according to Robert's Rules of Order, and they have their own special rules because Colonel Roberts wrote his rules a century ago to apply to the whole world, not just Douglas County Board of Commissioners.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. You already spoke, Larry, I'm sorry.
Your own rules say that you may use Robert's Rules of Order.
That is correct, yes, thank you.
Use parliamentary.
All right, thank you. Any other citizens' comments during citizens' comment section? Seeing none. We'll move on to Section 6, Public Hearings. Item 6A, addition to premise license for Countryside Venue LLC, DBA Countryside Venue at the address stated on the agenda. We will open the public hearing for this item. Any comments on 6A?
My name is Sereno Odo, and I own the Countryside Venue in Valley, Nebraska, and I just wanted to share that with everyone. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Is there any questions or anything?
Questions, comments on this item?
Mr. Chair, I just on this one, I just wanted to note for the record that he did submit a statement saying that per the notification policy, there were no other property owners within 500 feet of the venue.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any comments or questions on this item? Motion to approve by Fred, second by Borgeson. But before that, we do got to close the public hearing, which I now close. We'll go back to that motion by Fred, second by Borgeson.
Wait a minute, I have second thoughts.
All right. Any discussion on that motion? Otherwise, we'll vote. All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner Friend motion, but
then
who's second?
Borgeson. Yep.
Borgeson, thank you very much. All right, Commissioner Borgeson. Yes. Commissioner Boyle. Yes. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Yes. Commissioner Friend. Yes. Commissioner Morgan. Yes. Commissioner Rogers. Yes. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll move on to 6B, class number CCS 126208, license for Midwest HP LLC, DBA A Parasocial, sorry if I mispronounced that, club at the address stated, and manager application for Austin M. Hills at the address stated on the agenda. The public hearing is now open.
Thank you. Hunter Trainer, 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 300, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68508. My name is Hunter. I'm an attorney with the Rembolt Lucky Law Firm, which offices in Lincoln. I'm a native of Douglas County, so it's kind of fun to be back. I went to Elkhorn High School and actually went to, would walk around Boys Town, very close to where this premises is, with my grandfather when I was young, so it's kind of funny. But this is a Class C liquor license application for a premise located in the Heartwood Preserve SID right off 144th and Dodge there at the former Boys Town West Farm. This is also seeking a cigar shop certification, and I'm also here on behalf of Austin Hillis, who is the manager related to the application. I'm going to try to give the gift of brevity, hit a few things, turn it over to him. I know you all want to hear about the business and not from a lawyer. We sent notice to property owners within 500 feet on January 9th via U.S. regular mail. Notice was posted on the premises door that same day, which would have been 2 weeks prior to today. In my personal opinion, not my professional opinion, it seems like a really cool project. Austin is a very inspiring example of a young entrepreneur, small business owner who got his start in Lincoln. He's originally from Ogallala, and I'll let him tell you a little bit about the project. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Austin Hillis, here represent Apiary Social Club. As Hunter mentioned, we're seeking approval for a Class C license. There's 4 total partners involved in the project, including myself. We have a combined 25 years of operating liquor licenses. My partner, Tony Goins, and I own Capital Cigar Lounge in Lincoln. We've successfully operated a Class C license and a cigar shop license for the last 5+ years. Happy to give a little bit of context to the club and the idea and why we're here today. We're building a 2-story building. Apiary will be occupying the 2nd floor. It's going to be a members-only establishment. Our focus is to create a venue where our members can come personally and professionally, enjoy a space. There's several different spaces within Apiary. To note quickly, we have a craft cocktail lounge. We also have a cigar lounge, which is under the same roof, but within a separate room. We have enhanced ventilation for the cigar smoke that recirculates fresh air only. There's a lot of details I could go into that. The cigar license portion for this will only be within the smoking lounge. We have a walk-in humidor, and we meet all the checkbox requirements for the license. We have a conference room that will be utilized for professional meetings, a lot of remote video meetings, and then we also have a terrace on the southeast corner of our building that will be utilized for a 3-season terrace, predominantly during the colder months. Any questions? Happy to go into any more detail over any specifics.
Thank you. Questions, Kavanaugh?
Thank you for this. I commend you for your enterprise. I spent many happy days as a boy in Valley, Nebraska on summer vacation, and I have a warm place in my heart for that community, and I'm glad that you're bringing your business there. I just was struck by the name Apiary Social Club.
Yes, sir.
Aren't apiaries bee people?
They are, yeah. So the meaning behind the brand, we're very big in the community aspect, building relationships. What we've seen over the last 5 years with Capital Cigar Lounge, a portion of Capital Cigar is private, so we've seen a community build, a lot of relationships, lifelong relationships built within that. So when we were going through the branding portion for Apiary, we looked at the meaning behind that and how bees interact, cross-pollinate, and work together. So we believe that's a lot of the interactions our members will be having together as well.
Well, that's great. I wish you much success and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion on this item? If not, I'll close the public hearing. All right. Motion by Borgeson, second by Morgan. Voice vote.
Commissioner Borgeson.
Yes.
Commissioner Boyle.
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Commissioner Friend.
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. We'll move on to item 7, committee discussion action. First item is 7A, Finance Committee with budget report as presented. A2, ARPA funding, approval of resolution authorizing the award of $30,000 to the North Omaha Community Partnership. Was there anybody wanting to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is $30,000 out of the funds that I have. It's an add-on to a request that had got approved last year, so it's just adding 30 more to that request for mental health services for juveniles.
Motion by Rogers, second by Boyle to approve. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, voice vote.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
We'll move on to Section 7B. Placed under Administrative Services are resolutions related to our board rules. The board rules are reviewed typically once a year in January, and hence that's why they're before us here today. We'll first go to B1, which is a resolution adopting an additional provision to Rule 3, duties of the chair of the Douglas County Board rules to set a maximum of 2 consecutive one-year terms for the board chair position. With that, I'll take a motion and a second for discussion.
Move for approval.
Motion by Morgan, second by Kavanaugh. Discussion on this item, if any. If not, we'll move to a voice vote.
Commissioner Borgeson. No. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend.
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers. No. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2. Commissioners Rogers and Borgeson voting no. All their commissioners voting yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to do a small switch because items 2 and 6 are related to each other and they overlap. So it's going to make sense to tackle those two together. So we're going to briefly move to 3, 4, and 5, and then we'll tackle 6 and 2 together. So item 3 is a resolution adopting rules to change Rule 8, rules of debate of the Douglas County Board, rules to change the number of times a commissioner may speak on an introduced agenda item and the length of time they may speak on that item. As a brief summary, it changes it from 5 minutes under 2 rounds to 4-4-2. 4 minutes the first round, 4 minutes the second round, 2 minutes the last round, and still a total of 10 minutes in both options. So that's the brief summary. Discussion on this, or actually motion and second first? Motion by Rogers. Second by Boyle. Yes, Commissioner Borgeson?
Can you explain that one more time, please?
Yes, definitely. So it takes it from 2 rounds of 5 minutes per commissioner, which totals 10 minutes, and instead changes it to 1 round of 4 minutes the first time around, a second round of 4 minutes, and then a final round of 2 minutes for a total of 10 minutes still. So each one has a total of 10 minutes. And in the second option, that third round, even the second round, it's not obviously required. It's up to the commissioner if they feel obliged to speak a second round, and if they want to close it out with a third round, if they feel so inspired to speak for that third round. But again, there's no extra time given to a commissioner. It's still 10 minutes on both sides. It's just it kind of challenges us to be a little more concise with 4 minutes. So it's 4, 4, and then if there's a closing thought, a closing rebuttal perhaps, then that final 2 minutes at the end.
All right, thank you.
Other discussion on this item from board, then I'll go to public. If not, from the public, any discussion on item 3?
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. In reviewing the Channel 6 story about this part of the meeting today, there was an attachment that took me back to 2020 when we had a lot of fun in these chambers at that time when Mr. Kavanaugh and former Mayor and Commissioner Mike Boyle would actually play the part as a citizen and leave their chairs and come down here to the podium to maybe argue with you people a little bit because they didn't have enough time or something or other in your rules. I didn't understand the rules quite as well way back then, but that was rather enjoyable and we learned a lot of things from it. Maybe you guys did too. Some of you didn't, but some of you were still here that were here then. Some of you weren't. But this is another way, and I don't see the county attorney himself, but they are, the attorney general and the county attorney are to enforce the Open Meetings Act. And we
Larry?
have a representative, the county attorney.
I
sitting
apologize,
right
Larry. If we can keep it to item 3, which is just
I'm
about
talking about it.
the
You're limiting.
rounds and the time.
I'm against you limiting or changing the time in any way, shape, or form, because it smells as another way of limiting and keeping citizens out of this chamber and getting information. Okay, I'm against it for that reason.
Thank you, Larry. Other discussion on item 3 specifically? Seeing none, we'll move to a voice vote.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Rogers. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
We'll move to item 4, stated as a resolution adopting changes to Rule 9, authorized committees of the county boards, rules to clarify that the chair shall appoint each committee chairperson and that each committee also consists of the remaining 6 commissioners, and to strike legislative from Human Resources Committee. Motion and second for discussion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Morgan, second by Kavanaugh. I'll go ahead and explain a bit of the context, so please include this as one of my rounds. This one's more of a aligning from policy to praxis of what we see on the ground level in regards to, for example, from what I've seen, all commissioners are invited to all committees, which is great, probably how it should be, and we hope that they attend if they can. The current policy says that 2 or 3 commissioners shall be appointed to each committee, but outside of the appointment of a chair, I haven't seen any official appointment of 2 to 3 commissioners per committee. What I have seen is just an invitation for all commissioners to attend, which is probably how it should be. So it's just an alignment to the actual praxis on the ground level. With legislative during the season, it seems like our county lobbyists works really closely with Marcos to filter through what bills are related to county governments, and I've seen Marcos touch base with directors to see how certain proposed bills are going to affect their department and fiscally, policy-wise, service-wise, and then those updates come to the board through emails and sometimes at board meetings, and ultimately we typically vote on what bills we want to support, oppose, or stay neutral on that affect county business. And so that's what goes on during legislative season. Outside of legislative season, it kind of stays as a standing item on the agenda, although there's typically not much under that during off-season. But I figure if there is something during off-season that needs to come to the board's attention, we can have a presentation on it and still address it in that manner. So again, just taking, aligning the policy a little bit more to the praxis is the only kind of impetus and intention behind this one. Other discussion? Otherwise, we'll move to a vote.
Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend. Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers.
No.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Commissioner Rogers voting no, all other commissioners voting yes.
We'll move on to item 5, stated as a resolution adopting additional provisions to Rule 5, function of committees of the Douglas County Board rules to allow committee chairs to appoint a vice chair. Motion and second for discussion.
Make a motion. Second.
Motion by Morgan, second by Rogers. Discussion on this item. I'll go ahead and provide background as an introducer. Please count this as my time. The intention is pretty simple. Just if the committee chair finds it helpful to have a vice chair, then the committee chair can do that. If not enough work to be spread around, if there's a good tag team effort going on any specific committee, if it would help to train somebody on the bench to take over the committee in future years, there's multiple reasons why a vice chair may be a good option. But it is an optional vice chair. It's up to the discretion of the committee chair to appoint a vice chair if they so would like to do so. So that is the way that the policy is structured, well, the proposed change is structured. Any other discussion on this item? All right, yeah, I'll take a motion. All right, actually, it's been motioned already, so we'll move to a voice vote.
Yeah, the motion and second was to approve the item, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Borgeson?
Yes.
Commissioner Boyle? Yes. Commissioner Kavanaugh? Yes. Commissioner Friend?
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan?
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
We'll move on to items 6 and then loop back around to 2, but I think we'll do 6 first. 6 is a little heavier, focused on the citizens' comment topic, while 2 touches on it, but not as heavily as 6. So 6 is stated as a resolution adopting change to Rule 13, appearances before the board of the Douglas County Board Rules, to reduce from 5 minutes to 4 minutes the amount of time that members of the public have to speak during debate of board actions and during public hearings, and to delete the references, or excuse me, the reference to citizens' comment periods. Motion and second for discussion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Morgan, second by Boyle. And I believe Boyle was going to introduce the amendment or resolution.
Yes, so to the citizens, I do understand it's always felt like there's a disconnect between government and citizens, and a lot of times folks feel we don't care, they don't have a voice, decisions are being made without them. And I also understand that the citizens' comments on non-agenda items here at the county board has provided quite a forum for expressing opinions, whether related to Douglas County or not. And I really do appreciate them. I'm not aware of any other government or commission in this area that allows this type of forum. I will say that of course, many of the citizens who present to us are really valuable troubleshooters. There are incredibly creative ideas, great solutions expressed, and these are sometimes to solve county issues, but sometimes not. I find these opinions and expertise incredibly valuable. I think the big thing is because of how our legal staff interprets the Open Meetings Act, we're unable to respond to citizens who present on non-agenda items. And this can be frustrating to presenters because we want give and take. They want answers from us, and we would love to give answers. It really can't be done from how we understand that Open Meetings Act law is interpreted. We can't respond back because it simply was a non-agenda item. It's not on the agenda. So the intent to eliminate citizen comments on non-agenda items, to be clear, it's not to squash citizen input at all. It's the opportunity still exists to comment on items already on the agenda. And we can see today, actually, that's happened several times. So I find, again, that input incredibly valuable. It's pertinent to Douglas County. It really opens our minds to things that we can change as commissioners that are really within our control. And I think that it's important to understand that that's really where we can do the work, where we can make change that's meaningful, and that type of input is incredibly valuable and truly appreciated. It's stuff we can act on. Of course, I had mentioned that there are subcommittees of county board which hold additional meetings where brainstorming and debate occur. They're very topic specific. I find them incredibly informative. There's background given, there's active and engaged discussion between citizens and commissioners and any other experts that are in the room that work for the county. I'm really in favor of eliminating the non-agenda citizen comments, in favor of going to subcommittees, in favor of especially speaking on agenda items. And if there are items you'd like to be placed on the agenda, or you feel need to be there, that's where you contact us and we can work on getting something on there. So I am in favor of this agenda item, this resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. Other discussion? Commissioner Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of you have heard me go through this before. I tend to get a little redundant. I'll try not to be. We have the statutory authority and the statutory reason that this county and this particular board exists is clear. There is some constitutional authority, but most of it's statutory. So we exist because the state allows us to exist. This county and this board. Now, the board does not make law. We don't make law. We can't statutorily. We have very, very limited ordinance authority. Some. We can tell people where to drive golf carts and where they can't. So the role of this board, and I'm not lecturing, I'm just saying the role of this board is implementing county business related to a variety of practical processes and procedures and responsibilities given to us by the state. So this is important subject matter. We're changing the way people dialogue with us, and I understand that. That's a little bit scary, but the bottom line is, and I've said this before, this board is very utilitarian and very practical. We're not ideological. I don't get in arguments with Senator Borgeson about the death penalty. Never have, never will. That's not what we deal with. We don't get in arguments about the 2020 election. Never have, never will. We don't implement any of that. That's not my job. I'm not emotional about this. I'm dramatic about it because it's very, very important. Our job is to implement services to the citizens of Douglas County, county attorney's office, and to fund these type of things. County attorney's office, public defender, sheriff's office, 911, emergency management, corrections, both adult and youth rehabilitation, county roads and bridges, et cetera, et cetera. It's very utilitarian. Do we have the money to provide these mandated services or do we not? Removing citizen comments under these, I've been on this board for 3 years. I served in the legislature for 7. Never have I been in an environment, and I've been to DC a few times to watch Congress and the Senate. Never have citizens had the opportunity. This isn't a town hall meeting. It's not what this is. It's not what the state's allowed us to do. You can't come up here and say anything you want. There's statutory requirements on us, and there are on you. Now, that being said, I've served in this body for 3 years and 7 years in the legislature. I have never seen anything like this. I can't actually, when somebody comes up during a citizen comment and says that the 2020 election was stolen, I can't comment on it. What does that mean? I'm precluded from commenting on it. That means people are going to come up with one of two different assumptions. They're going to assume that I either believe the 2020 election was stolen or I don't believe it was stolen. And I articulate myself pretty well, and I can't make a comment on it. So, none of these resolutions and proposed changes are rules. Are proposed rules to limit the ability of any Douglas County citizen to weigh in on an agenda item. Let me give you an example. Today, I was counting. Not counting citizen comments, and I'm not hanging anybody out to dry. I'm saying this is what happened. Mr. Jimenez came up one time on a noxious weed control authority agenda item. Mr. Storer has spoken 3 times. None of it was citizen comments. We've heard him 3 times today just off the citizen comment piece. That's fine. I want to hear him. He didn't need it. He didn't need citizen comments to communicate with us. Plus, he knows where to get a hold of me. He's got my email and everything else. Ms. Wood, who I love talking to as well, 2 opportunities, both during the corrections situation. She had the microphone twice, and I learned something from her. I always do. Like I said, this isn't a town hall meeting. We've got statutory requirements, and we're very, very efficient, and we're very practical about how those statutory requirements are injected and implemented. These rules changes create efficiency. The constituents that voted for me to come to this office want efficiency and they want focus. They want me to do my job. The efficiency and focus are 2 big picture processes. That's what our constituents demand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Friend. We're going to go Rogers and then Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I talked to the chair previously. Unfortunately, I've got to slip out of the meeting because I have a plane to catch. But I want to know for the record that even though I may miss the vote, I do support both measures, and I'd like that noted in the minutes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. I have had conversations with colleagues on this as well, because the citizens' comments, I mean, who's against citizens commenting to their elected officials, has been used, and frankly, I think overused, to turn this into a debating forum on issues that we have no control over. We should focus on county business. It's important to do that. Thank you. And that's what we were elected to do. I have spoken out vociferously on issues over the years that I had some control over as a county commissioner. As my colleague, Mr. Friend, pointed out, we don't have any control over things like capital punishment or national issues relative to elections or the environment or what goes on in Washington, D.C. And yet, over and over again, pretty much on a weekly basis, we sit here and folks talk about the legitimacy of the 2020 election, which, by the way, was a legitimate, fair, and open election that has been over and over and over analyzed and certified by responsible people all across this country. And yet, virtually on a weekly basis, we are subjected to opinions. Everybody's got a right to their opinion. I'll defend your right to an opinion in the appropriate forum. This is not the appropriate forum for much of what we've heard. The comments, some call it assaults on people's ideology or religious preference, are totally inappropriate for this forum. This is not what we do. As Commissioner Friend pointed out, we're creatures of the legislature. Legislature tells us what to do. Legislature lays out the parameters of our authority, and we have plenty on our plate without wandering off to try to solve all the world's problems or engage in debates over which we have no control or statutory responsibility for. It's frankly inappropriate in this forum. Our agenda gives us plenty of opportunity to talk about the important issues and focus on what we can do, what we are supposed to do. The efficiency of this organization, as represented by our efficient county clerk, it's literally almost become part of the title of that office, the focus of our attention on things that we have some control of is what you pay us to do. That's our responsibility. We just had a pretty robust discussion about one of our biggest, if not our biggest departments, the Department of Corrections, and how they handle corrections policy, how they handle important policies relative to releasing or not releasing people in our community, relative to keeping us safe. These are important things that we have some authority over, and we should have discussions, as we did here this morning, robust discussions with citizen participation, as we did here this morning. We had discussions on things even on the consent agenda, which normally is you put it up there and you vote up or down without virtually any discussion, because there were items on there that needed to be more fully expanded for the public record to keep people informed, including items brought to us by citizens in this meeting as examples of these are things that we don't talk about, we just throw up there and it's millions of dollars. I specifically brought that up, and I will continue to bring that up, and my colleagues do the same, because it's responsible to have those types of significant expenditures explained to the public. We'll continue to do that. As a matter of fact, by eliminating the citizens' comments that have wandered off into issues that have no connection to Douglas County Board of Commissioner authority, we have impaired our ability to focus our time and energies and those of the public on the issues that we do have responsibility and authority for. So I support this in that context. I also support your right to say whatever you believe
Time.
in the public forum of our society as an American.
Thank you, Commissioner Kavanaugh. I'll take a brief turn as well. My colleagues know that I definitely struggled with this one a little bit as far as like the value of citizens' comments and versus like the trying to stay focused on our actual county business and having robust conversations on county business that's before us. As I think everybody knows, but just for clarification, the ability for a citizen to comment on every single agenda item remains in place. You can still get up and have a full turn, a full round to discuss every single agenda item on every county board meeting agenda. So that remains in place. Even if this were to pass, that remains in place. Every agenda item, yes. So what goes away is the section called citizens' comments that's non-agenda items, right? As explained by my colleagues. So just wanted to emphasize that clarification. We all find value in robust discussion, and we can have those discussions when it's an agenda item. You can ask questions, and we can actually respond to your questions when it's an item on the agenda. That's one of the focuses here, that we want to have those robust conversations with you. To those concerned about citizens' comments going away, the non-agenda item citizens' comments section going away, I will look into ways to take your feedback on presentations and information that you would like to see in future meetings as citizens of Douglas County, and allow opportunities for us to give some more detailed presentations, whether it be at a board meeting or a committee meeting or both. And as long as it relates to Douglas County business, there shouldn't be any issue with that. It's good to have department heads come out, give more extensive presentations. And if it's inspired by a citizen saying, hey, I would like to learn more about pretrial services in detail though, like give me the full spectrum of the last 3 years, or I don't think it's been around that long, since inception to now. Give me the stats, the data, how it's gone, any unique cases on the positive side, any unique cases on the negative side. Let's just look into it deeper. We can do that when we put a presentation on the agenda, which remains in the agenda section, presentations, and you can inspire those ideas for those presentations by talking to us, whether me as a chair or any commissioner. So that remains in place as well, and I welcome that. Give us ideas for presentations, even if it's about the 2024 local Douglas County election operations and how we're taking measures to make sure those are safe, free, fair, and proper in every way possible, and getting Brian Cruz and Chris Carruthers out here to explain the 2024 local Douglas County election and security measures on that. We can do that. With the election coming up, that makes sense. And you might inspire that presentation if you let us know, hey, we are interested in that. And any presentation on the agenda, you can comment on. And we can actually answer and respond to those comments. So we just want to move into the direction of having those robust conversations, and where citizens are still commenting, and so are we. And that's kind of the background around this rule. With that being said, anything else from commissioners before moving to public? Did we make one already? Yeah, we made a motion already. Yeah, motion second. Take public comment on section 6 that we are debating currently.
So I comment from the position of understanding that both 2 and 6.
Ken, can you state your name for the record again?
Ken Anderson, Irvington. That both 2 and 6, there is no conflict between them. They both totally eliminate the citizen comments period of the, okay. Good morning, public servants. We come to address you often, you being our servants. I just want to make that clear. And if you don't want to hear us, that's tantamount to mutiny. I wish I could have followed your total line of thought there, Commissioner Garcia. I'm sorry, I followed a little bit of it. You were suggesting that there's still alternatives for us to come and present items that are not on the agenda. And I thank you for that. I wanted to say that I've been to I've been to 3 other counties, and Maureen, Commissioner Boyle, 2 of those counties actually had dialogue with me during the citizen comments. Now, I'm not sure why they thought they could, but they felt free to have a dialogue. They were smaller counties, sure, but I don't think then that that is a state mandate that you can't. Since they felt free to have a dialogue, I think the state allows that for you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment?
I'm still Stanford Momarts Brown of 1511 Farnham. Didn't move while we were in here. I'm opposed to restricting citizen input in any way, shape, or form. But when I saw that reducing 5 minutes to 4 minutes, the first thought that came into my mind, and it's still there, is that's just petty. I mean, it's something a child would do out on the playground. That, you know, open it up. And if you're going to get rid of it, then don't just whittle away 20% at a time. I mean, somebody else made the comment that that's doing your job, is listening to our input. You are elected to represent us, not to be us. And I think it's criminal intent. It may be criminal in letters, but it's a criminal intent to deprive us of another path of input. You know, we have elections, yes. And if we want to return to the pre-revolutionary days, they didn't have protection. I think another good rule of order would be to not allow the use of the word communism or unconstitutional by people who have no concept of the meaning of either of those terms. I see them and hear them thrown around an awful lot by people who have no
Stick
concept
to
of
citizens'
their
comments
use.
debate. Thank you.
But I think my time is up.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Other public comments?
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewar Avenue. I had a few discussions, some advice for myself that I should remain respectful and then concentrate on the most egregious thing that I saw with your rules. And so that's why I'm talking about eliminating public comments from the your agenda. I mean, not public comments, citizen comments, which is you come forward and you speak your mind about what you guys should be doing or the issues you should be looking at. And I understand your meetings is at 9 a.m. The afternoon meetings is at 2 p.m. So you want to be more efficient, you know, and I think you've done that with sticking to debating 2 times for the commissioners. I disagree that becoming more like the city council is going to benefit you. And some of the discussions on eliminating citizen comments was, well, that's what the city does. And Commissioner Friend pointed out that you're different. You are a county board. And so reflecting your procedures with the city, I think, is problematic. So that's one point. The other point is that I think that we're here and you have complaints about what citizens do with the citizens' comments, and I think blame falls on the board, it falls on the chair. Because the chair can say that, well, we don't want to listen to this, for one thing, or that this is not an item for the county government. So I think the chair should have been more responsible in their duties to limit topics that aren't on the agenda. So that's one thing, and also some blame goes on Mr. Benson, the sheriff's deputy that comes in and removes people from from your meetings. You should be more specific about what his role is in removing individuals from your meetings, especially during citizens' comments. I think that an appropriate thing would just remove somebody from the podium and then have them sit. What's another thing? I think that you are also targeting individuals that have come forward and spoken during citizens' comments. I think that I may have erred last month when I spoke about fascism, but that's an issue in all levels of government, so it wasn't so out of line. I have also used with my friend Ford citizens' comment as a way to be episodic about what we see the issues are for the county, and one thing is the homeless issue. So I think that's appropriate discussion for the county to hear during citizens' comments, and I think you need to be doing more to it for it. I just went up to the pre-meeting for the city council, and their financing components to dealing with the homelessness issue. So yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say. I think this item is the most egregious item that you have on the your rule change. I propose an amendment to keep citizens' comments during the Board of Commissioners, maybe remove it from noxious weed, from corrections, and from the Board of Equalization. I do want to thank the board, though, for voting to incorporate Robert's Rules of Order as a guide to your proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item?
Hello again, Amber Wood, Omaha. I'm just speaking about the number 6 right now. A few things. When my daughter was murdered, my first stop was City Council. That's a brick wall. They don't hear you. If you are trying to go into a similar forum like that, which I hope you're not, that does not allow citizens to speak. And what you're saying is, well, contact us. Not every elected official is going to contact you. The elected official in that area has still yet to respond. I had to go to a meeting to corner her because I couldn't talk to her. Most people aren't going to do that. I've been in front of many boards through this whole process. I've been in front of panels. I've been in front of the Judiciary Committee. I've been in front of senators. And they are allowed to respond, but they have to ask me a question. So I have to give them enough information and be compelling enough that they feel the need to ask me a question. And I've seen that happen in here. It's happened in Lincoln. But my biggest concern is, I think it's confusing for people the way it's worded, because it sounds like you are taking away their voice when you take away the wording citizen comments. You're saying that we can speak still on items you're allowing us to speak on. But that doesn't, I don't think that you should get rid of the very beginning of every meeting, very beginning, hey, here's where you bring up something, because I feel like I've brought things to your attention that did turn into something. We do have a bigger juvenile facility that we needed that's still open, that wasn't slated to be. And that was all because of people coming in. You know, it isn't just me, it isn't just my daughter, it was mothers of kids that are in the system, that have been failed by the system or need help. They don't know, it's hard enough to find these meetings, number one, and now you're saying find a sub meeting. It's hard enough to find the agenda on the website. I love the fact that I've been able to come in here, meet commissioners, talk to them, listen, have them listen to me, but it all started with just walking in the door. And if you take that away, you're just becoming big government. Like Mike said, he's in Washington. We can't ever go up into the House, but this is local government. This is entirely different. And when it comes to corrections, you guys are in charge of our public safety. You are putting policies into place for that. Don't dare take that away. So if anything, amend this, that the corrections is still allowed for people to speak. Because that's a big deal. And you've seen it. That's why the enhanced pretrial came about, because the first one wasn't working. There's a few other things. I want to make sure that you understand. I just feel like you're on a slippery slope here. Thank you for Commissioner Garcia for reiterating what that kind of was supposed to mean, because it is very confusing. And these are supposed to be hearings where you hear us, not observations. I think that the collaboration needs to get bigger, not smaller. And maybe you just enforce your rules a little bit more in these rooms. If, you know, but I wish I don't have the time, or, you know, some of these guys have the passion to be here every day and write this stuff down and follow it.
1 minute.
And it's checks and balances. And yeah, sometimes, you know, they get bickering or whatever they do. It's on you to say, we don't control the 2020 election. Sorry, can't do it. But you're getting paid a good salary. And the only other thing I want to say for sure, do not limit that time. If you're going to take away the comments, you better give us the time, because that minimizes it all. It's 1 minute. You get 10 minutes. We should get half. And I think we all have good ideas and we can make good things, but you start limiting all that stuff, we're going to have a problem. When Carly died, this was beneficial to me. And I know it was beneficial to these other victims, survivors, because we brought stuff to your attention. And if you shut that down, it's going to be, it's, people still throw up their hands and go, what do we do? What do we do? I don't know where to go. It's already hard enough to find these. And people like me, I'm lucky I can be here. They can't be here today.
Time.
And someone told me to tell you they're on there raising their hand. Thank you.
We'll get to Zoom feedback in a moment here. Other public comment within the chamber?
My name is Sharon Martin. I live at 1101 Jackson Street. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll try to talk a little louder. I reiterate everything she just said, but I'll add a little bit of my own personal feedback on the issue of reducing the amount of time that people have to not agree, or to at least have other opinions about the decisions are made by this 7-member panel of people who, until I got a little bit involved with the juvenile justice issue, having been a teacher and also worked on many juvenile justice boards and worked with ways to improve those policies that impact youth. That's what I thought I was going to hear when I went to the UNO meeting early on. And I saw that there were policy issues, but suddenly we had this collated idea of putting a juvenile justice detention area into a co-located center that had no empirical data to support it at all. Public voices became very important, but not welcomed. And that was a problem for me, because I was very much an advocate for policy changes, and people used that to secure their messaging and saying things like, we bring kids in chains. We weren't listening to the judges that came in opposition to doing something that had no empirical data to support it. I watched and I don't know Jim Kavanaugh that much, but I watched as this whole committee, who had sort of come together with the ideology of social policies that could be augmented by co-locating something on an unproven, unresearched, data-based information format. And this is just something that the public has to be aware of. I never came to these meetings before. I came because I was interested in the topic, and I thought it was a good idea to improve conditions for kids. That is not what this turned out to be. People like Jim Kavanaugh were rejected every time he brought good data-based information and alternatives that were not even listened to. And in fact, I've never seen anybody treated more disrespectfully than he was. And I don't really know Jim Kavanaugh that well at all. But I watched peers turn against another peer based on things that really were filled with ideologies that were not based on any public input at all. This is wrong, it's dangerous. And what I really found out is how little oversight there is of this committee. And these powerful people that all of you have become, very powerful people, making the decisions on the biggest expenditures, making all kinds of voted on agreements among yourselves that don't have the respect for the public that needs to be heard and listened to. Because ideologies without a basis can be very dangerous paths to follow.
1 minute.
So that being said, I would like to end with, I'd like to really know how much time was given to the only real subject matter expert, and that would be Brad Alexander, to this whole process. His backing, his credentials are impeccable, and I watched and listened as you all praised him when we lost him. We lost him because he had no voice that was really listened to. And he's a modest man, you can tell, but I went over to that center. I saw all of the good ideas being implemented there. I saw Brad Alexander and Mark LaFleur, and I stayed with a friend, and we watched and we talked to the kids, and we talked to the people who worked there, and we saw all the good things that were happening there. And I never saw him have a voice that really mattered. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item?
Rex Eberspacher, Omaha, iHeartMedia. You guys, the last I understood, you are elected and voted by the people. You're elected to do jobs for us. You're to help us. You're to run the city, whatever. You're elected officials. We as the people should be able to comment on a non-agenda or agenda item. Who cares? It's our right, if I understand the Constitution right as well. Now, we were in front of the Crimes Victims Reparations Board the other day, and Miss Amber gave one heck of a presentation and argument for change, not thinking anything was going to happen. Outside chance. Her voice made a difference and got change within 24 hours of that meeting. So cutting our time as the people, and there's nobody here because nobody can afford to come to these times when you're meetings anyway, because we all have to work. I'm lucky enough, I'm on 100% commission, so I can come down here and listen and speak. But then you want us to go to these sub meetings, which where are they held at? And like they say, in smaller rooms than this. You can't take away our time as people. We elect you to work for us. We need a voice. This isn't the White House. This is Omaha. We, the people, deserve a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment on this item?
You first, please. I don't want to get kicked out before I hear you.
Okay. Thank you, as always, for this opportunity. I don't always say it, but I want to make sure you know. Happy New Year. Do we get
Start
to
the time.
do we get to speak again on B2, or is this
Technically,
okay?
yes.
Okay. So I just want to say Happy New Year. Congratulations to new Chair Garcia and Vice Chair Friend. I watched the election online and felt hopeful. Felt there was new energy from just that meeting. I'm always hopeful. I'm always grateful to speak. I never planned on ever doing this. I was an ordinary citizen, like most, and had no idea about a public meeting 6 years ago. And it just took me about that long to receive my 2 bachelor's degree, and I feel like I've received a degree coming. I want to just jump to this. I'll come back to that. I've written a lot, of course. Just trying to get to the point on 6. And I understand there are a few people, hopefully not all of us, that are not speaking to topic with the county. But I find it sad and concerning that the rest of us would be punished for a few. I also believe that, I mean, even sitting here today, people don't get up at every separate citizen comment opportunity. But it is yet another opportunity for people to bring their ideas to the front and in front of other people. I heard from, I want to read this email from Laura McCormick, who said she wrote Commissioner Borgeson. She gave me permission to read this. She forwarded it to me. I very much oppose limitations on public comment because I believe elected officials have an obligation to listen to citizens interested in the operation of county government. As I believe you may recall, I often spoke during public comment about my concerns related to issues surrounding the operation of county courts, county appointed guardian ad litem, and juvenile justice issues. Other persons, including those most affected by these systems, also spoke at these meetings. I believe our perspectives played an important role in policy development. In addition, it is very difficult for members of the public to attend subcommittee meetings, and I would know, as I attended many during that time, I was attempting to effectuate change related to county. I'm going to skip forward. But she makes the point that, you know, we do affect change. If we weren't making a difference, you would have 48 beds and the already insufficient space across the way instead of 64. Windows were brought up in these meetings. And again, I know commissioners, you might say, well, you can email us or you can call us, but how can we know for sure that's going to come up in agendas? Or, as Amber said, they will be communicated with on these topics? Because there are topics that are important that are not on the agenda and need to be. How do we make that public? Are you going to submit, like this email, are you going to submit this to the public record? And there is a theme today. You might notice there's a theme that people really want to be heard. And my experience is that trying to tell people, muzzle people or court people, they don't get quieter. Have you noticed that? They get a little bit louder. And I think everyone coming up today are just really passionate people, and you might hear the theme that they want to be heard. Everybody wants to be heard. And allowing for that separate time that not everyone even speaks at is just yet another opportunity. I think it's a good faith time to have that extra time. And as far as I was going to try to speak to the time, the actual time, 4 minutes versus 5, I do think people get a little flustered coming up too. And I'm sorry, time?
1 minute. No,
Oh,
1
okay.
minute. You can.
So, see, I'm flustered, and I've been coming 6 years. So I just think, allowing the extra time for people just to breathe up here is nice, and they don't always take that whole time. And I think the more you can maybe set boundaries and say, hey, that's not county. I hear what you're saying, not county. We need to keep it on the county subjects as far as reaching beyond the county subjects. And as far as efficiency, I hear that. I hear that's a big part of what this is all about. But you're dealing with people. Since when, on these subjects, I mean, there's a lot of emotion and a lot of passion, and people are dealing with real life stuff that affects how they're getting along. And it's not always efficient. It's not always efficient. So anyway, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Other public input?
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I'm sorry to put you out this way, but I find it very interesting that the guy behind this is not even here, Mr. Rogers. He's been at it for a long time. This started with me quite a ways back when a certain judge, I'll use the name Sonovich, juvenile court judge, kicked me out of her courtroom because I had a transistor radio with me. Somebody reported I had a recording device. So before she sat down, she said, there's an older gentleman here that's got a recording device. He's out. Just so happened I was there with a group of ladies called the Liberty Ladies. They took issue with it. Shake your head, Marianne. They took issue with it, and the judge kicked her out. You know what? The story is, when government is that big, it's time to put a notice on the telephone pole or the city town hall post, whatever it is. It's time for the rails and the tar and feathers. It's time to go back to the founding era when we had committees of safety. We had convention of states, which were people from different states meeting with each other, not with government, to start forming our Constitution, to guarantee rights to us. The rights not specified in that Constitution belong to the states. When the Founding Fathers said the states, they meant the people. When they said the legislatures, they meant the state legislators. They were very precise. So our Declaration of Independence says, when any government is variant, et cetera, to that form for the people, it is your right, your duty to throw off that government, to alter, change, or throw off that government and replace it with one that will. Now, just the other day, in Ohio, a commissioner of all people was arrested right there in the chambers for disagreeing with other commissioners. Oh, by God. What were they disagreeing about? Was it on the agenda? Oh, I don't know, but arrested. Guess what? They had a decent judge there that threw it out. Even a commissioner has a right to disagree with other commissioners, and in public, at the public forum that you're trying to take away. Do you not get it? Apparently not. I've heard, turn up the volume or whatever, it was better earlier in the day, but I heard some things out of your mouths that are completely against the intent of the Open Meeting Act, which I gave you a copy of. And you have a county attorney who's supposed to enforce it. sitting right up there, but never says a word. You are violating so many people's rights here today, it's pitiful. Nobody gave you the right, nobody elected you to come up here and do all your business, and none of ours. Don't you get that? You're here because of us, and you're to do our business, not yours, and not these 501c3s that are making money off me and my high property taxes, which you're overall responsible for. So does that not make me responsible to come here and question you on it? Of course it does. But you guys are right here today trying to say, no, I don't have the right to do that. Because we put it on a consent agenda and didn't pull anything off, you can't speak. Now you want to take citizens' comments away altogether. Oh yeah, we're just going to take a minute. My foot. This is not the first time you've tried this. Now there's a small town in Ohio. I'm going to finish because other people got to go slightly over, but I'll keep it real short now. Small town in Ohio. Recalled 5 out of 7 city council members for these very things. The other 2 resigned.
30 seconds.
Because they got the word from the citizens. We fired you. Now, I can't change anything except you say in your rules by only through my own representative. But you see, there's 7 of you against me. But on an emergency basis, any one of you could right now extend this session and debate the Open Meetings Act and whether it's for you guys or for us. If you read that first sentence, it implies it's for the people, not for you. And if you got so much business that you don't have time for us, and you want to take a minute away, you got too much business that we didn't hire you for to do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Friend?
Thank you.
Thank you. To a certain degree, that was good information, but to a certain degree, almost every one of you just made my point. Do you realize what I'm doing right now? You do. 7 or 8 people got up to speak, and now I'm responding. This is dialogue. This is debate. This is what I love. I love it. I absolutely love it. Not as much as my wife, not as much as my kids, but I thrive on it. Let me tell you why you've made my point. 2 weeks ago, we had a interesting blizzard and sub-zero temperatures. Some folks, maybe nobody in here, but some folks think that this particular job, we earn a bunch of money, we sit and listen to people walk in, and then our job ends. Can't be further from the truth. Let me tell you why. During that blizzard, I know that the county engineer was up at 3 a.m. We had 14 trucks out. We were subcontracting about 8 of them. 4 of those trucks broke down. I just happened to look at my email that morning. It was about 6 o'clock, Saturday morning. My email box was full. 2 calls at the office that were translated to me, 7 calls on my cell phone that Saturday and that Sunday, 11, and by the way, I'm not bragging and patting myself on the back. I'm telling you, this is what happened. 11 emails resulting in calls or correspondence back and forth. 3 trips to SIDs. Myself, I live in Pine Creek. 3 trips to different SIDs from 70th Street all the way out to Valley, to a county road in Valley. We had 7 county roads that were drifted over and people couldn't get through. People trying to get food to the homeless, people trying to get food to homeless shelters. People were panicked. That's the 5 pieces of correspondence by myself to the county engineer. By the way, Todd answers his texts. I texted him 3 times. I talked to him twice on the phone. What PJ said, what Commissioner Morgan said earlier is absolutely true. Todd Fitzer and his team worked wonders over that weekend. Had a lady call me, said, I can't get out of my driveway. I said, I can't either. Do you see where this is going? I'm debating with you folks right now. You know what I can't do during citizen comments? Dialogue with any of you. I'm happy to have that dialogue. As a matter of fact, you can call me on the phone. We'll have it again, over and over again. That, again, I'm not patting myself on the back. 9, 20, 23, 28. It took up 7 hours of my time. My wife goes, "You're not being paid to go out to SIDs." I go, "Yes, I am. It's part of my job." I would imagine Commissioner Borgeson did. I would imagine Commissioner Morgan, I don't know. Look, you're making my point. Come up, dialogue with us. That's what we want. I'm dialoguing back, Larry. I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm saying I'll have to debate any time. And what you're saying is in citizen comments, what you're saying is you want that dialogue, and I've been told by attorneys who are smarter than me that I can't dialogue with you. I'm happy to have that dialogue any day of the week with anybody in this room and anybody that wants to call me, okay? Not bragging, saying this phone rings and I answer it. And so do the rest of these commissioners. Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Friend. I do want to make sure we don't ignore people on Zoom if there was anybody who wanted to comment on this. Otherwise, we can
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Can you guys hear me?
There we go.
Okay, there's a comment on Zoom. Please state your name and comment.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Roscoe Wallace, Director of Viable Healing. We practice restorative justice. First, I'd like to say our republic, is built on passionate but respectful debate. And, nationally, our discourse have kind of got sidetracked, to more personal. And that's kind of what and I haven't been coming to many board meetings. I got involved with a lot of the victims that, some of them there today. And what I've seen is you guys have, since I've been a part of this, have opened yourselves up, personally, from Kavanaugh, Rogers, all you guys, friend. And we have to understand that access to our public officials, our elected officials, is wonderful. We may not agree, but to have that access. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, and even like with our 360, if you guys are familiar with that, every Wednesday it gives us access, to some of the most powerful people as yourselves in our city. And that's wonderful. And that's for a lot of us that, like was just spoken, that think you guys, are high and mighty and, giving us that access, I don't want to say it's a privilege, but to do that, that takes time. And you got to hear a lot of voices. So to be able to have this platform, but on the other side, it shouldn't be a literally bully platform. We should be educated, on basically you guys' authority, legislative authority, to as much as possible, so we don't have those expectations that are irrational. But we should have this village approach to all of us, and that's restorative justice. Together, we're going to solve these issues. And for us, I like to come up to the podium and to learn from you guys, and to also be boots on the ground, basically saying, and these are some of the things, and you guys have been receptive. When I've come up, I've given cards out. You guys have sent me emails. Kavanaugh, a bunch of you guys have been receptive to restorative justice. We've been demonstrating it with Amber and a lot of the mothers, and so we want to invite more people in to have these discussions and talk about what's really happening, boots on the ground in our communities, and the things you guys can help us with. The part I have a issue with is, I don't want you guys punishing, and I don't want to really use that word, but it could be interpreted that way, or silencing voices because of the few. And I know you guys have thick skins, but I also know that we shouldn't be coming up, and badgering you guys, just to do that. So we have to find that balance, even as a community, bring more people in to get more voices, not to silence, but those in our community. And that's another thing with restorative justice. It's about healing. I'm hearing old disputes and different things coming up. We got to move forward and solve some of these issues. So, you know, that's part of restorative justice is healing. So I say all that to say that, you know, the access that you guys give is great. Don't take that away from the community, because that's how we, as they say, iron sharpens iron. You guys teach us and tell us what you need, and we sit down and talk to you guys about what we need, and that's how the job gets done. But I just want to say I appreciate each and every one of you, access that you give to the community. Please continue doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom? If not, we can move to the question. Again, just a final super quick clarification. I know Commissioner Morgan also has to depart soon. Again, every single agenda item, a citizen can still comment. I know it's confusing when you see deletion of the citizen's comment. It's confusing, but if you literally wanted to walk up here 50 times for all 50 agenda items, you technically could, as long as you remain germane to the topic of the agenda item. So you can still come up and comment on every single agenda item. On the Board of Corrections, we always have on that agenda the corrections report. And so you can come up and comment on anything related to the corrections report, which really relates to every aspect of the Department of Corrections. So you will still have that opportunity to comment during Board of Corrections. And again, I will commit to exploring and executing ways in which you can provide us feedback on what presentations you want to see in the future, and being involved in that information gathering and also presentations here at the board meeting, at which point you can ask questions and we can actually respond and engage in good dialogue. So see iPad 3, I'm not sure who that is. Do you want to comment before we call the question? Is there a comment from somebody with the name iPad 3? I see your hand raised on Zoom. You're muting, or you're muted, excuse me, if you're trying to comment. I'm not sure. Otherwise, we're going to move to the question. All right. If nothing further, we'll voice call.
Okay, and there was a motion by Commissioner Morgan, second by Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Borgeson. Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Commissioner Friend.
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers is absent. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0, and the minutes will reflect that Commissioner Rogers was supportive of the motion, even though he was not present for the vote.
We'll move to item 2, which really was more of a technical cleanup. It relates to the deadline we have internally for departments to submit items for the agenda. That's basically when we gather what they want to put on the agenda as far as information goes. So we have, that's really the substance of it. The only reason why citizens' comment is related at all to this item is because this section of the rules list the typical agenda for every board meeting. So that's where it is stricken, which was done in the last resolution, but it is mentioned there and has to technically be cleaned up there as well. So I did work with staff on this portion of the resolution as far as like getting items in for the agenda. At first, the thought was to change it to a Friday deadline because practically speaking, that's kind of when most people tend to get their stuff in. But with further discussion with staff, we want to keep it to Wednesday just to have that cushion and still encourage people to get it in a little earlier. Even if it's not practically happening, we can move in that direction and be a little firmer. So I actually want to offer a quick amendment that should not be controversial. It just relates to our agenda gathering, which would revert Section A1 in this section of our rules to what it originally says currently. So before the red marks came in to change section A1 to a Friday deadline, we actually want to keep it to Wednesday, or at least that's what staff is telling me. So it would be an amendment to just keep it as is, basically. We have to amend it because the resolution we're looking at has the change, if that makes sense. So then, once that amendment is cleaned up, we can go back to the full resolution if there's any comment on the full resolution, if that makes sense. So, yep.
Just to clarify, I would like to take a longer look at that section A1.
Patrick, you state your name.
Patrick Bloomingdale, County Administrator, to make sure and maybe come back at a subsequent meeting with some amended language. Because the way the rule is that people need to get their agenda items to the clerk by 3 p.m. on Wednesday. But invariably, stuff starts coming in after 3 p.m. and it gets to Friday, and then Sharon has got her back up against the wall to get the agenda final by 9 a.m. on Monday. So I'll work with Karen Cole, our office manager, to try to come up with some language that still keeps that Wednesday deadline in place, but also makes sure that Sharon Burke has the time she needs, not only to get that agenda final, but so then you all have the time more than just 24 hours to take a look at everything you need to take a look at. So we'll keep working on some potential language to bring back on A1 at a later date.
Thank you. So for now, the initial amendment to the overall resolution that's in front of us is simply to revert A1 to what the language already states in our current rules, which keeps that Wednesday deadline. So I would offer that motion. Second by Fran. Comment by Kavanaugh?
Yeah, I just have some questions.
Yep.
And I think I understand what you're doing. To edit this, you would restore the numbers 3:00 p.m. and the word Wednesday, and you would eliminate 4:30 and the words the Friday. And then you would eliminate the sentence, the last sentence there, agenda items shall be submitted to the county administration by noon on that Friday. That's all new language that would be eliminated in your amendment in A1, and just restore to the first original language.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, essentially, it's withdrawing the request to change anything in A1.
Right.
And just reverting it to what the board rules currently say.
Sure.
Which would encompass what you explained.
So just as a practical matter, currently, we receive, I think it's called a preliminary agenda electronically on Thursday. And then we receive a final agenda electronically on Monday?
On Monday, yeah.
Okay. Would that remain the same?
As far as the final agenda, yes. Preliminary, I'm assuming it would be the same, but I'll revert to the logic with staff.
So what we would like to do in the future, not today, but come up with some language, I would like to see the final agenda out the door by the end of the day on Friday. So you have all the weekend to know the agenda's final. You have Monday. That way, it's just so tight because technically if the agenda's not final till Monday, you got people trying to get stuff on the agenda at 8:45 a.m. on Monday, which is technically 24 hours before, but it's a really tight time frame. So if we can come up with some language that says you still have that 3 p.m., you get the preliminary agenda out, but then Friday afternoon, by end of the day Friday, that's it. And that's the final agenda is done. And that way Sharon has all the time she needs. So ultimately, nobody should be able to give her anything after noon on Friday. So she has time to finalize that agenda.
Okay, so back to the preliminary agenda then.
Right.
We would receive a preliminary agenda?
Yes.
When?
Well, right now you receive it Thursday.
Yes.
So that's what it would continue to
It would continue to be
Yes.
Thursday, with everything kind of remaining the same until you come back with some suggestion for a.
Right. So, yeah, right
But
now.
your idea is,
Right.
we would continue to receive a preliminary agenda on Thursday. It's just the final agenda would move up from Monday to Friday.
Right.
Yeah, okay. But we will still, under any scenario, receive the preliminary agenda on Thursday.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, so again, the amendment is just to revert back to what the current rules already state and just strike the changes in A1 specifically. Then we'll go back to talk about the full resolution after that. So I think there was a motion and second already?
Yes, there was.
Yep, so,
Okay.
voice?
So on the amendment, Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Boyle, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan. Oh, Commissioner Morgan is absent. Commissioner Rogers is absent. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, so that was just an amendment. We'll go back to the full resolution. Again, the resolution, if you read it there on the agenda, and also the actual resolution itself cleans up some language around the agenda. And the only reason citizens' comment is stated is because this part of our rules lists the typical agenda for any board meeting. So that's the essence of this resolution. Discussion from board? Excuse me, yeah. Motion by Boyle. Second by Kavanaugh. Comments?
Lucy Manus, 2709 Dewey Avenue. So as I understand it, you're going to be removing citizens' comments from the 4 boards that the 7 commissioners sit on. I want to just make a clarification on a comment I heard earlier. Commissioner Boyle said that the board is the only board that allows comments in locally, or did, on topics concerning the board outside of the agenda. The school board allows it. You have to sign up. The OPS, you have to sign up like 5 minutes before the meeting starts, and citizens can then come forward and speak on their piece as it relates to what they do. And they can go, it can go on for hours. And the members of the school board do not get paid anything. You guys are going to be getting paid over $60,000, according to a World Herald news report. And that's your annual salary. It's gonna be $61,000 or something like that. So I hope that Commissioner Garcia, that you are serious when you said that you're going to take suggestions for a presentation. I hope you, this board is serious that you want to follow the Opens Meetings Act. I hope that you're serious that you're going to give reasonable notice about your committees. Your committees are not subcommittees, and I keep hearing commissioners say that your committees are subcommittees. The reason why they're not, shouldn't be referred to as subcommittees is because the Open Meetings Act clearly defines what a subcommittee is. And that is a forum that is a penultimate body.
Good job today.
Please mute yourself.
I heard was,
Kent, you're not on mute.
A subcommittee.
Sorry, Luis.
Yeah, that's fine. A subcommittee is a forum that's underneath the penultimate body, which is a committee. And the committee is open to the public, and so is your board, to comment on action items. I think you should clarify if a discussion is an action item. If you simply want to have discussion on an item, I think that is a way to come back to citizen comments, where instead of doing a presentation, you just have a item that says we're going to discuss this this item, this issue, not necessarily have to put something on presentation, but say that this is a discussion item. But we expect a lot from our elected officials because they normally have an apparatus behind them that we as citizens do not have. And I think that listening to us when you are meeting is important. I don't know if I send you an email or a message, I don't know when you're going to be looking at my, my message. And it's not necessarily, even then, a back and forth. So I just want to make that clarification. And then I hope that whether things are under presentation or as a discussion item, I hope you follow through on that and that you follow the intent of the Open Meetings Act, which is to be an open forum and not to be a secret forum. I think that this block text under citizens' comments that you have on your agenda is a disservice to us, to this county, and you could have put this in your rules instead of the agenda, which is anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comment on this item?
Larry Store, 5015 Lafayette Avenue, Omaha 68132. I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear some of that conversation. What amendment? Amendment to which item?
We amended the resolution we're talking about to just change the first section of this rule under 7, section A1. We were going to change the time that departments need to send information to us for gathering and putting together the agenda, but we...
Okay, you're back to A1.
We changed it from possibly changing that to just keeping the current rule in
Okay.
A1.
You're not on the legislative issues, the elimination of that?
No.
All right, sorry.
Thank you, Larry. Anybody else on this one, number 2?
Amberwood, Omaha. I got confused with that because I thought he said you went back to A1, but we're on 2, correct?
2, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So is this the same situation where you have removed citizen comments, but we are still allowed to speak on the items?
On agenda items.
So we are still allowed to speak on a corrections agenda item
Yes.
as a public speaker?
Totally.
Okay. Now, I'm going to tell you, I feel a little flustered right now. I feel defeated. And I hope that this doesn't prove to be what at face value it looks like, because at face value it looks like it is silencing some voices. And it is making it more difficult than it already is for the average person to figure any of this out, to just speak. Because the first problem is there is a reason for non-agenda. There really is. And for instance, there was a person who receives money from the county board that was harassing me for a while. And that is a non-agenda item that is important, because if you're going to give hundreds of thousands of dollars to people, they should not be doing those things. Now, when we have to go to our representatives or to a commissioner, it's in their hands on whether this gets brought out in public. The non-agenda item is kind of saying, hey, here, and then there's other people to hear it. And there's probably other people in the room that would agree with certain things that are brought up. It's happened. It's happened in this, I've seen it. Now, as we've stated, as many people have stated, as many of these as I've come to, I don't come every day or every meeting, but there is a problem with the fact that people can't come to these. And yes, they're on Zoom. A lot of people can't. I requested a long time ago that perhaps you look at doing some of these. You know, you don't have a town hall, but I can guarantee you if we would have had more than 24 hours notice of all this happening, or if this meeting would have been after 5 p.m., this room would have been filled. Because a lot of people don't even know this was happening. A lot of people don't even know they can come speak. And then when they find out they can't, it is a release to be able to tell you something. So when these small committees happen, it's already hard enough to find these. Now we have to go find those, and it's an invite only. Are you going to have a plan? Is there a fix here that's an alternative? Because there is no alternative. Hey, okay, we're taking off non-agenda items, but once a month we're going to have a meeting at 4:30. We're going to allow people who can't get here to get here. Because what I've found is if it's a subject that is important to someone, they will either make the time to be there, to come in here, or to find that meeting to take it even into more detail. And those are just talks. Those aren't like, hey, don't vote for this. Those are just like the initial, hey, here's what we're thinking, here's what we're doing. That's not an actual voting scenario. So I guess I'm bringing up, please make the fix here or the alternative to our non-agenda item where it's easier to find, because people already, they vote for you, but then they don't know what you're doing. They don't know how to follow up with it. They don't know how to keep a record of you and get a report card on it because there isn't a place for it. So we need to make that easier if you're going to take things away. And again, had we known about this, I just found out about this, and it does feel, it's like I felt inspired to be able to be involved with it, with county government, with my local government, and I tell people to do it, and now it's just been stripped down. So I think you're missing out on what a lot of people may have to say that can, open your eyes to something, but we can't just put it on one person who may or may not want to bring it up to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Did he speak already? Right. Larry, I think
I'm
you
sorry,
spoke
now
already
that you,
on this
and
item.
now that I know you're still on that same one, I'd like to comment finally.
I'll allow it, thank you.
The city of Fremont, I believe, is having the same type of problems. But what Amber's saying is correct. And you have a different frame of mind than we do because you're so busy doing everybody else's business that you're not really on our wavelength. And our wavelength is completely different. This is why you cannot constitutionally eliminate citizen comments. It's against the Open Meetings Act, for one thing. Read the first sentence, but there has to be a way for all of us at one time to understand each other. This business of, I have to go down to your office and talk only to you doesn't work, because it's me against her and then it's me against 7 of you, even if I can come to them. Don't you get it? It's not working the way it's intended, and people don't like it.
Thank you. Others on this item?
Well, I almost apologize because I know how difficult it is for you to sit here.
Sharon, can you introduce yourself again?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sharon Martin, 1101 Jackson. And I'm a little calmer now because I was just coming in from outside before. But I really do appreciate the fact that all of you have these ideas and good intentions for helping things to be improved. But to shut down the voices of the public in any way is difficult, and with the technologies we have now, maybe there are ways to have, if you want to have a committee, to have a committee who comes together to say, how do we get this information out? Because first of all, power can be dangerous, and you have a lot of power. Power that can be used for good, or it can be used for things that are not based on things that have any kind of security in place for that they will work, even though we're going to be using large sums of money that impact everybody, and also policies that impact people who maybe we thought were good, and they were visions of what we'll call visions of the anointed. Those of you who can sit here and vote and make things happen, whether they have been well researched, whether people have been listened to who have valid reasons to question decisions that are going to impact this whole community for years and years and years. There has to be a way in a democracy to have the voices of people to be heard and respected. And that doesn't mean that I think everybody should have to sit here and listen to things go over and over and over again that fall on deaf ears and blind eyes as I look at all of you who are ready to leave. And I don't blame you. You know, it's time to go. But to me, this is one of the most significant things that we have had the opportunity come to speak about. And I think it's very important that we don't, I mean, my dad was a very wise guy, and he used to say, now remember, haste makes waste. And if you looked at what the decisions, especially around this criminal justice system was, there was a lot of haste, predetermined outcomes that people wanted to have happen without really any plan for how it was going to work. These were things that put us in a danger zone. There were tons of red flags, and I did not see the respect to listen to opposing ideas because these ideologies were so firmly implanted for social justice that we neglected seeing the pitfalls of many of the suggestions that sound good, they sound kind and gentle, but they are not the realities of our world. So thank you very much for the opportunity to just speak about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. And Jan, I wanted to thank you and Nicole for your input here today. I want to tell you that I share many of your concerns. Obviously, I was with you on the juvenile justice question, and although we didn't get everything that we wanted out of that, I think that we did make our point over and over and over again, and have been vindicated with the outcome of, you know, an empty kids' jail across the street, and we're still using 42nd Street. As a matter of fact, approved a new bus to bring kids from 42nd Street downtown, as we indicated would occur all along. Despite that, you know, the property tax increase and the wasteful spending that resulted in this empty building across the street went forward. I think, you know, what we need to do is learn from those types of mistakes. That fiasco deprived of the ability to do what we needed to do, care for these children. So while my colleague, Mr. Friend, was out on the snow removal front, I went to the Douglas County Youth Center because the heat was out during the coldest days of our year. And I, you know, went around with the staff there who were doing everything they can to keep the just about 100 children that were in our care that day warm and safe. And, you know, thank God we didn't have any big medical problems with any of those children during that, but the heat was out and it was sub-zero temperatures. Well, this empty building that they spent tens of millions of dollars on, the heat wasn't out there. It just didn't serve any of the purposes for which it was assigned. And you bring up, you know, point after point after point, like the shackling issue, which was supposed to go away if this empty building, the kids' jail, was ever occupied. Well, it's not. The sheriff has testified, yeah, they're going to shackle kids on their way to court from the empty kids' jail, you know. So again and again and again, what we raised has, you know, come to, unfortunately, be real and costly. I don't think anything we're doing today will restrict us going forward from trying to make those same points. You know, we just need to make the points. We need to do exactly what you and Nicole and so many others have been diligently doing, is acting like responsible citizens, taking your right to speak to the powers that be, in this case, the Douglas County Board, and making as good a case as we can for good, transparent, efficient government. And I'm a bit of an optimist, I guess, or I wouldn't be doing this. I think that we can do that under these rules. I've had in-depth discussions with Chairman Garcia, who campaigned on this exact issue that we're just talking about and was right on that. And we want to make it as good as we can going forward. In this case, the kids' jail, we're going to have to make some lemonade out of lemons because it's, as we predicted, a fiasco. But we are stuck with it. And so under these rules, we will be able to have those discussions going forward. These things will be on the agenda. Important county business will be on the agenda. We're not going to exclude, we're going to, I think, expand that, because miscellaneous conversations on issues that we have no control on will not. And, you know, I have my opinions on Islam, and you may have a different opinion. I have my opinions on global warming, and you may have a different opinion. That doesn't have anything to do with what we can do as Douglas County Commissioners to make things better for the residents of Douglas County. That's what we're trying to do. I think that Commissioner Garcia has done his best on these rules to try to improve, you know, and form a consensus on this board to improve the way that we do business, and to show respect and be respectful to other points of view when they come before us, which is absolutely appropriate and has not always been the case.
30 seconds.
So we hope that we're looking at a new era of efficiency and civility where we can actually do the important business before us in a competent way and not make fiascos like the kids' jail happen again. I think that we have that opportunity under these rules. Otherwise, I wouldn't be supporting them. But I really want to tell you how much we appreciate your involvement and those of Nicole and others, the our Omaha people, and all the folks who have taken time out of their day to come down here and help us make government work better. The idea that the committees aren't a proper place is not, I think, one that we should embrace. We should make the committees a proper place for the absolute dialogue that we're talking about. We've had people.
Commissioner Kavanaugh's time.
Sorry, I apologize. We had just one more thought, if I could.
I'm going to touch on that in my comments on committees.
Okay, very good.
So,
thank you. And thank you again.
yes, sorry, you're out of order. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're fine. Thank you. You know, I was going to touch on committees as well, so please count this as one of my rounds and my only round for this. You know, public entities, private entities, we can always do things better. You know, in regards to committees, you know, I hear you on that. I think we can do better of giving more advance notice, of finding multiple avenues to give that notice out. And sometimes 903 is crowded. I agree. And being conscious of maybe we need to find a time where we could do some of those committees in here, perhaps. As far as the evening, you know, each committee has their own chair that will run it as they deem fit. As far as my own committee, I do pledge to have an evening meeting at some point between now and March. It may not be the first one that I do, but it could be the second one in the near future. So I hear you on that. I agree with you on many of those committee points, and we'll be working on those to make things more efficient and accessible to the public. So that's the only thing I have to say on that. If anybody has not spoken from the public, now's your opportunity.
Ken Anderson, Irvington, I think you just said what I was going to suggest. You said you pledge. And the reason I say that is because the action item apparently is only one half of what it takes for this issue to be a win-win for us. What our concerns are is not seen in the action item itself, but you said you pledged, so thank you for that.
Thank you, appreciate it. Anybody else from the public on this item?
I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate this so
Nicole,
much.
can you state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I did it last time either. Sorry. Nicole LeClaire. I live in Bellevue, actually, but I'm very invested down here. So thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I think that really, I'm feeling better because I was like, ah. But I really appreciate it. And Commissioner Kavanaugh, appreciate that too. I feel like it's good energy. So I feel like it can be very productive meetings. Amber just brought up the idea of possibly, and coming up with ideas of possibly, you know, instead of just eliminating it altogether, going to like 2 minutes for those times. You know, that's an option instead of one end to the other extreme, which I see her point on that. But also just having rules, if you were to keep it, rules of, and I know that would be tiresome to say, hey, that's not county, that's not county, that's not county. So I get that. We definitely hear all of you. I hope you hear us, but I understand how frustrating it can be doing what you're doing. And, you know, 4 years ago, your dad was sitting here and we were talking with your dad about this, and here it is again. And, but I think this could be good what you're saying and more productive. I appreciate that explanation. The other thing, and I appreciate you talking about more advertising of the meetings upstairs. That would be wonderful to mention it a few times in meetings down here, because I feel like those slip through a lot. And it is crowded up there, and then we don't always feel welcome at those meetings. But any ideas to make it better for everybody? Because again, I do feel like people, I'm not going to repeat what everyone has already said, people really just want to be heard. And but it would be good for you to guide all of us. You know, this is county, and there's lots of things I know that come up here that are not county. But also the submission of emails, you know, just to have, you're suggesting another way that people can communicate those ideas. I had a lot more written that I'm willing to edit myself because I appreciate this is a live, organic situation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Others from the public on this item that have not spoken yet?
Just 2 quick points. One, I left a note for you that said the exact opposite of what she just said.
Ford, you got to state your name again, Ford.
Huh?
You got to state your name again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ford, and I'm not going to state my last name because until one of you shows me proof that there is another Ford in the state of Nebraska, just call me Ford. 1511 Farnham. I hate wasting anything. Lives first, resources second, and those resources are food and money and time. And I think we could eliminate a lot of wasted time if, when somebody starts to speak about something that it's not within your purview, you just tell them you're out of order because that's not our purview and move right on. You've wasted like 1/10 of a second there. The other thing I wanted to lay before you is, I forget if it was Commissioner Kavanaugh or Chairman Garcia that said, you guys can't be town hall for us because that's not under the statute that created you at the legislature. If you can't be town hall for us, do you think you could get the city council to be a town hall for us?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Any other comments for anybody who has not commented yet on number 2? If not, we'll call the question. Yes.
Hall, just for your sake.
It sure was. All right, let's get a voice vote on this.
Okay, this is on item 2 as amended. Commissioner Boyle. Yes. Commissioner Borgeson. Yes. Commissioner Kavanaugh. Yes. Commissioner Friend? Commissioner Morgan is absent. Commissioner Rogers is absent. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we'll move on to other items on the agenda. We had item G, Human Resources, with weekly personnel report as presented. We had no legislative issues at this moment, and we do have a need for executive session. Yes. We never defined that.
Luis Jimenez, 2709 Dewey Avenue. Is there statute and for Nebraska and for the counties that says how you're going to take a roll call? Because I didn't really understand why you're moving to roll call vote instead of electronic vote. Is there?
Yeah, there was, I don't know if you were present for it, but Commissioner Rogers, there's some technical difficulties with his vote showing up.
Oh, okay.
And so early on in the meeting, we just announced that we were moving to a voice vote.
So you're going to stay with electronic voting?
If it's working, yes.
If it's working. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we do have a need for executive session, which is litigation, personnel, contract negotiations, and labor negotiations. A motion and a second to go into exec session. Motion by Boyle, second by Friend. Do a vote.
Commissioner Borgeson, Commissioner Boyle, Commissioner Kavanaugh, Commissioner Friend, Commissioner Morgan is absent, Commissioner Rogers is absent. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.